What is going on, everybody? Hey, welcome back to KvltDeFi. This is the channel where we bring you the latest and greatest in innovations and tech in decentralized finance. What we really try to do is find teams and protocols and projects that really exemplify what it means to be true DeFi. More specifically on the Pulse chain, and even more specifically in the DevJacob ecosystem on Pulse chain. The reason that we do that is because all of the projects that Jacob builds are real DeFi. So tonight I had an idea a few days ago, and I thought, you know what, I'm speaking to so many different people all the time, a lot from different areas of Pulse chain, different areas of DeFi, and I thought it'd be really nice to actually try and do a space where we have everyone together. I expect that this stream will go on for a very long time, so we will see people leave and join and leave throughout the night, which is absolutely fine. If it's a thing that you yourself want to come up, I will put this StreamYard link right there, so you can all see it. If it's a thing that you want to join, hey, you're more than welcome. Tonight, so far at the moment, we have 3 guests on. I will bring them on all in a minute, but I just want to say, if anyone doesn't know what is happening with Mafia, let me just show you this one thing, because this is pretty exciting stuff. Look at that vault. That vault is 4.18 billion Pulse, which now is worth nearly $225,500. Okay, thanks very much for Pulse for doing this little run the last few days, well, the last week really, and onwards and upwards, right? Onwards and upwards. I'm extremely excited about that. I mean, as we continue to see this puppy fly, I mean, one of the members, we'll discuss it in a minute, one of the people that we have here on the chat is in for a pretty big payday from the get-go. So I'll do that now. Actually, I'll bring on, first we have Archie, who is Capone from the Don of the Syndicate. How you doing, Archie?
Hey, good, Colt. How's it going today?
I am all right, man. I'm all right. Well, as I was telling you in the green room, I think I pulled a muscle in my back, but we will be absolutely a-okay. Don't worry about that. So I hope you don't mind me telling everyone, but you are doing this from the comfort of a treadmill at the moment. Is that right?
I am doing that. Yeah. I didn't get my steps in this morning, so I said, hey, you know what? We're gonna walk this whole time. So good
stuff. You see, anyone out there is looking to join a family, the Dawn of the Syndicate family multitasks.
That's right. That's right.
Cool. Next we have Crypto Kratos. Kratos is a lot of you might not really know Kratos. Kratos is the founder of the Baked Beans miner protocol that was very, very successful the last was it 2 years ago, and he's onwards and upwards. He has a lot of different projects around, so maybe we'll have a bit of a chat about those later. How you doing, brother?
Good, man. Good, man. Yourself? Thanks for having me on today.
No problem, man. I'm all right. We'll get there. And last but not least, at the moment we have my buddy Crypto Kool-Aid. How you doing, man?
Going on, everyone. Good to see everyone here.
Yeah, hey, this should be a good one. I'm looking forward to this. Like I was saying, this is a perfect chance really for anyone in our community or anyone that knows about us to really come in and have a little chat and find out what we're all doing. Because I mean, right now we've started to see Pulse start to move now, and hopefully it continues that way. There's a lot of good things happening.
That's right. That's right. And it's a pretty exciting time just for our community in general to have something like this for let's call it team building, right? Instead of like arguing on Twitter, doing all the rest of this stuff, let's do something where we can all be together in a positive mindset and a positive outlook to build something that's actually important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, actually. How have you done anyway? So it's Saturday. What time is it? 2 o'clock where you are?
Yeah, 2 o'clock over here in the old Texas.
That's good. That's good. Okay, sorry. I'm just having a quick look at TG. I'm actually going to turn this off. So if anyone needs to get in contact with me, you can do it directly here in these comments. Yeah. So there's a hell of a lot of things happening. I mean, right now we can see that Mafia is absolutely flying, right? It's so. I missed you. Did I lose somebody?
No, I'm still here. I'm just trying to get my Senate streaming setup set up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I mean, things are absolutely flying. Mafia's flying. We're all doing really fucking well at the moment. I will jump into the chat in the moment. I can see we've got a good few people there chatting away at this time. Yeah. So really, I mean, I can see now. I've listened to a lot of streams over the last few days. I've been jumping on a lot of different people's streams, and the general consensus at the moment is this might be a major turning point for us. Not just because of not specifically because of Mafia, but there's a lot of different projects that are really anchored on the fact that Pulse has to do well before they can really start to shine. I mean, how is everything going at Gift Tech?
Oh, everything's going great. In fact, to be fair, the boss is actually working right now. He's coding away. He may end up showing up a little bit later, but he sends me in to do the dancing monkey talk. But the whole thing, we have pillars in Gift Tech, like simulation, not speculation. If you use the tools correctly, you're a founder, not a holder. Principles, not promises. And what it's really doing is about making stuff deflationary, but also bringing communities together. And I think that's probably the most important pinnacle about what we have at Pulse and what we have on the ground floor of bringing all these different opportunities, protocols, and use cases together, all in a lion's share at the same time. You know, Ethereum didn't start off with a DEX. All these things had to grow into perpetuity. And with Pulse Chain, we have everything unilaterally flat being able to be built at the same time. So it's actually a lot more work to bring all of that lens in together and to everything come through that pipe. But with that, everything can rise unilaterally and equally well. So that's very exciting stuff. You know, we've got a Pulsar on the horizon, obviously doing stuff over here with the Gearhead Studios to try to bring, cinematic interest to just not what's going on in the game, but what your character does within the game. And I think that's what's fascinating about GameFi as a lion's share is that your character has a lineage, a hierarchy, a story within a story, and that makes it more valuable than something that you just want to cash in and take some rewards. Instead, you're building, a longevity to what your experience is in the protocol.
No, I'm really excited about that. I'm really looking forward to seeing the way things are going. I mean, those videos, those animated videos, I think are top drawer.
Yeah,
I think they're absolutely top drawer, and they're getting better and better as it goes.
Yeah, those are really
Archie.
Cool.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, Archie, how's everything going with the syndicate? I haven't actually spent much time in your TGs lately.
Oh man, we're doing great, honestly. We just got I know we just got through the Allegiance update, so we had to get all of that set up on both sides, and I know that there's not right now a lot of benefits to doing that, but we try to stay on top of things, and so yeah, just doing that, incorporating some new folks all the time. Just generally doing really well. Getting ready for the map up.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's the big one.
Yeah. Looking forward to that for sure.
Yeah. So I see. Actually, I'm looking at it right now. I can see that. So for your allegiances already, so you've got allegiance with the Hustlers.
Yeah, congratulations on that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, we've I've known Lit for quite a while, and there was just a situation where it just made sense to kind of bring us together, and so we pursued that and set up our allegiance on the Pulse Chain side first, and then we did the same thing on the BNB side. So we've got the directorate is our allegiance, and so we've got that set up on both chains currently.
Very cool. And then on the BNB side, it's just you and the Yakuza, or did the Hustlers actually come over to BNB? I've not actually had a chance to look since, it's always busy doing something.
Oh, yeah. So right now on the BNB side, we've got the Syndicate, the Yakuza, and the Illuminati, just those three families. And on the Pulse Chain side, we've got the Syndicate, the Yakuza, and the Hustlers. We do anticipate some of the Hustlers coming over to the BNB side too, which will be really good, I think, for both our families and the game overall.
Right. I know a lot of people are kind of misconstrued about the difference between the BNB and the Pulse Chain side, but like I was talking with Colt the other morning when I popped in my 22-hour day. If you understand the difference between an ET share and a PT share, then you can understand the difference in between the Mafia side, because the game unilaterally exists as a whole. But the way it was developed first on getting the code running on the BNB side to prototype everything else, even with everything with Pulse Pot and BNB Pot and Pulse Protect and the BNB side of that, to then bring everything back into one wedge that spans multi-chain. I think it's really important to understand at this early stage of the game. during early access that things are going to be spreading in between multiple different chains, multiple different use cases, multiple different families, even regions, if the game expands into a DLC type environment that will have a richness of its own identity, but still exist under the same umbrella.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that comparison. Really, I mean, the game is going to be functional on both sides, right? Like you said. And what's interesting is how even though we're in early access right now, how different the game is. Like the communities on both sides are actually how they're evolving like differently.
Right.
Yeah.
So what do you think that is then? What do you think that's down to? Do you think it's just down to the fact that on Pulse chain we know a lot more people?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. I mean, just the fact that Jacob's projects have such just a larger foundation on the Pulse chain side, right? I think that contributes to a lot of it, and just a larger community on the Pulse chain side. And I think it's just taken root. But I think that will work its way back over to the BNB side over time, and I can see BNB really taking off in short order.
Yeah, I definitely can second to that, because Jacob just has more eyeballs of people here, and we're also a more tight-knit community from what we've came from, right? Everything came from Hex, everything came from the original Richard Hard guys, and then we all have had exposure to each other, whether that's streaming or community connections that I really haven't seen on BNB. Like, who are the great Solana streamers or all the rest of this stuff? Like, at least on the Richard Hart side of our ecosystem, we've got a pretty good foundation of people that talk about things. Now, granted, just because we're all in that wheelhouse or lens doesn't mean that the people don't exist over on the other chains. I just don't have the access to or seeing them on the hierarchy of what pops into my feeds, right? But
I think. Oh no, sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say, and as this all keeps developing, it will extend more and more and more. And that's what's interesting about gamification, not just gamification, but GameFi, wrapping decentralized finance in a video game, is that gets eyeballs and exposure that most people wouldn't have, because, oh my gosh, crypto is so confusing, this, that, how does it all work? Well, people understand how games are played, whether that's a simple game like tic-tac-toe or checkers. You can still evolve up into chess or Go or things like that, or a virtual game like Archie and I are both Civilization players, which this has a lot of roots in how you think about city management, resource management, and all the rest of those guiles of fundamentals. And even Kratos may not have a lot of experience in the Pulse Mafia side, but he runs a gambling site. So those type of situational awarenesses are fundamental as a foundation for understanding what is going on at this exact place and time.
Yeah, I mean, Kratos, maybe you might be able to comment on this. I mean, you ran a successful project on BNB. On the Binance Smart Chain towards the last cycle. It seems to be on the Pulse Chain. My feeling is on Pulse Chain, I think a lot of the content creators are happy to do community. We're part of the community. Let's try and boost the whole thing, elevate the whole thing together. Whereas the influencers on the Binance Smart Chain, in my experience, it seems to be pay to play. If you want to talk to me, pay some money, and then we can chat.
It's changed a lot over the years. When I first did Baked Beans, the original miner, everyone was happy to be paid. They'd do their videos. They'd continue. They'd come back. They'd want to do more videos because how well their first one, how many views they got. The last few months, I've had a real struggle with YouTubers and influencers, especially in particular. A lot of them still actually I've either paid for videos and they haven't followed through with them and things like that. So I've kind of struggled with a lot of things like that on the Binance Smart Chain. So I'm not sure whether it's to do with the type of project itself, but then even then when it came to marketing now, the casino and Magic Beans, it became that they still aren't very interested. But I just think the whole atmosphere has kind of shifted a lot. There's a lot less trust in the influencers since they're what they used to be. So yeah, times have changed, but it does begin with the community. If you haven't got a community to begin with, you haven't got anything for a foundation of a project. So
that's interesting, because again, I don't really put a lot of time into BNB as a lion's share in a whole, obviously, because of where we all came from. What's been your experience now using BNB as a launchpad for your game and your project? And maybe tell us a little bit more about it, because I really don't know too much about you, besides just reaching out to you a few times. And Colt said you were a great guy and to reach out.
Yeah, that's it. So we actually, obviously, I ran Baked Beans, the miner, pretty much a Ponzonomics platform. Then had the second one, the third one, ran this last one, and our idea was to create the forms of external revenue, and they all failed, and we had some manipulations in the contract, and shit went downhill, like it did, like does with a lot of crypto projects. But then, obviously, we released the Baked token, came out with the Baked token, and then have now developed a Web3 casino, which we applied for the license in Anjouan, and I think that's how you pronounce it anyway. And it should be approved within the next 2 to 6 weeks. Once that's approved, we've got the custodial wallet system set up and everything to go to launch a pretty much a Rollbit equivalent casino platform on the Binance Smart Chain. Essentially, that's where it will majorly operate, but we will have contracts across all the smart chains so that you can use certain tokens like XRP, Solana, Litecoin, and any coin you pretty much want. And yeah, that's essentially where I'm at now with that side of the project.
Very cool. Very cool. Have you thought about coming over to Pulse Chain at all, or are you happy with the BNB ecosystem over there?
It's funny, actually. Like I've dabbled a little bit in a few of the ecosystems, and Pulse is the only one I still have a little bit of faith with. I like Solana. It's not even built for tokens or smart contracts. It's built for NFTs originally. So they've got a lot of development work to do there. So it's quite lacking. But Pulse Chain is the only one I actually have some investments in, other than BNB Smart Chain. So if there was another one to come across to yet, it's probably one of the first options. Yes.
Yeah, and it's just with that in general. I mean, obviously, the GIF is our resident Web3 guy, but it's hard to get the stuff to work right. And because it's hard to get it to work right, and you're dealing with people's money, funds, tokens, however you want to idealize the fake internet money, which is more real than real internet or real money, it seems sometimes. It's just complex to get everything in a perfectly tweaked ecosystem, whether you're dealing with Solana or Avalanche or all the rest of that. And that's where, from a gamer point of view, being a game dev 18 years, like crypto is primed for the gamification of stuff. However, the transactions per second and things that are needed to really outfit and run a real full-time 3D generated or rendered game, well, that's a lot of both bandwidth, throughput, local clients that you have to install, all the rest of this. Whereas something like Pulse Mafia, were basically a mud, essentially is what it is. It's a very, very pretty mud. Is primed for that kind of stuff. And that's actually pretty interesting as a segue into where we see the entertainment side of accessing and blending both crypto and user-generated content and everything else.
No, I think that's one of the things that stands out to me the most. Like you said the other day, Kool-Aid, that if you have some sort of entertainment that keeps people playing for hours and hours and hours a day, you don't have product market fit. You have product market fit or perfect market fit. Is that what you said?
Yes. If you're paid to be entertained, you have perfect market fit, not product market fit, because people want to do something with their time. They want to click a button. Now, that may not be in their best interest for trading, but if you actually get succor, prestige, reward in multiple different pots at the same time, now you're really cooking with something interesting that's more than just a YouTube short or more than just a TikTok. I mean, that's really why the TikTok foray took off, because it's very short, consumable content, but people can keep going through it and just get something new every few seconds. So it keeps it fresh. And if you can give someone the ability to digest something continuously, they're not going to be looking at a 5-minute candle anymore. They're going to be looking at, what is my 5-hour experience, or what do I get in the reward of, whether that's notoriety, achievements. They see some kind of level up in their own future. At the first Hex convention, I said, treat your wallet like a character in a game. And this is exactly how you do that.
I mean, it seems to be working. Kratos, you're getting a lot of love in the comments here, man.
Yeah, definitely. The chat is kicking off right here.
Yeah, big time, big time.
All right, everyone, make sure they hit that like button. We need to get this guy shared. And we,
yeah, the whole lot. Do the like and do the subscribe and do the whole everything. It's what we want and it's what we need.
Yeah, always like add to the collection, like and subscribe, get it done.
That's right.
It takes 2 seconds.
Definitely does. Let me get this posted.
Yeah, so we got a bunch of people in the house that I don't know. There must be because of you, Carlos.
Yeah, I think there's a few from my crowd just due to that little bit of miscommunication beforehand, but it's all good. They're happy to be here anyway, and they're going to learn something about Pulse Chain and another community that I definitely have faith in, and I was quite heavily invested in. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what Mafia can achieve in the future. Actually, to be honest.
And that's it. Like, we don't have to be, chain agnostic, token agnostic, all the rest of that. DeFi for all is about everyone having self-sovereignty over their wallets, about having sovereignty over their knowledge, about having sovereignty over their experiences. And as we all move together as a unit of people, multiple chains can be adopted into certain ideals or idioms. Multiple communities can be adopted together. And that's how we actually move more in a proactive statement. I mean, if you look at where AI is now, AI is a tool that if you are the tool keeper, you allow yourself to get more done than you would individually. But if you don't use those tools or don't pay attention to those things, just like, crypto or anything else, well, the times move by. Like no one's still a payphone or a pager maximalist anymore, right? The times have moved on. And so that's kind of interesting about where we are, within a culture of cycle of technology for ourselves usable and for everyone else that have the opportunity to participate.
Yeah, I was going to actually bring that up before and say that every network and every chain is going to serve a different purpose when it comes to the future of the use case of crypto as such. That there's not going to be one, like the OP and all these new chains, the Ton chain, all of the new chains, that maybe some of them may end up merging together as well, but they will end up as like 5 or 6 major chains that will cover certain areas of the world. So it's like Chainlink are obviously developing a lot of games and incorporating a lot of games and stuff at the moment. They're probably going to lead towards the gaming industry, whereas Ethereum might be more towards the actual payment services industries of the world and things like that. But it's definitely something that I don't turn my nose up to coins launching on other networks or other chains. If there's a good opportunity to be had, I'll always be in there.
Yeah, I think there's more than enough room for everyone too, especially if you're working around the same pillars and mindsets and ideals. Because different things are meant for different purposes, right? You don't take a butcher knife to cut a sandwich or something like that, or try to have soup with a fork. So everything has a purpose and a tool, and they'll be more specialized and refined for those particular tool to use cases as we keep going forward. I'll be right back, guys.
No problem. Yeah, so I mean, one of the things that I think really stands out when you get a good community vibe. I mean, and I've seen it, Kratos, with your project. When you get a really good community vibe and you have a good community behind you, things escalate extremely quickly. So they go a lot faster than you maybe even realize at the time. When you look back at it, you say, "Jesus Christ, that sort of come out of nowhere." So I think with projects like obviously with any of the Jacob projects that we have. They're out already, including Mafia now. I think Mafia is going to be a flagship product for Pulse Chain moving forward, and I think it will be responsible for a hell of a lot of onboarding. And I think actually it'll be responsible for making a lot of people a lot of money. There's so many ways to make money on this; it's almost unbelievable, really.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I really it's hard to actually wrap my mind around what that looks like when the game launches, because to be honest with you, I've been so fixated on the vault. But there's going to be so many other peripheral opportunities to make money in this game, right, that we don't even know quite yet, right? And they're going to emerge over the coming weeks and months, and we'll see what that looks like. And again, just the fact that we're on both chains too, that is so exciting and so much opportunity, right? And I could really see things taking off on the Pulse chain side, and then people realizing that opportunity is on the BNB side as well, and then that doing the exact same thing, and just kind of working with each other as opposed to working against each other.
Mm-hmm.
Just talking about BNB there, when it comes to the Mafia game itself, I know there's a lot of my community in here as well, obviously from the BNB smart chain. Did you want to run through exactly what Mafia is for them? Just a quick breakdown of what it is, why we're here, what we're talking about, because I don't think they've got much of an idea.
Yeah, I mean, Archie, hey, run away with that. You're the Don. Do some marketing.
Oh my gosh, yeah. So it's Mafia is it's a mobster inspired PvP GameFi play to earn ecosystem. So there's multiple tokens within the ecosystem. Mafia itself is the principal token. There's going to be additional tokens within the ecosystem. Obviously, bullets and health. Those will both be their own tokens. As well, another way that economic energy enters the ecosystem is through keys that you can see. One use is to open crates. So that's up at the top there. But I think the central focus of Mafia, really the kind of the backbone of it, I think, as it's described in the wiki, is the vault. So the vault is fueled by a number of different mechanisms. The taxman, as you buy Mafia or sell Mafia, a tax is applied that goes into the vault, as well as when you purchase keys, that fuels the vault. And really, as the vault fills up, I think what are we at right now, Colt? Like 4.2 billion.
4.19, but on the BNB side, we're at 119 BNB, and it will go live the goal is to get to 500 BNB before it goes live.
Yeah, and so once it does go live, the top 5 families by rank, so that rank is established by the family worth. Those top 5 families will have vault access positions, and they scale down from, I think the first rank family will get 30% of the weekly distribution, going down to 10% of the weekly distribution for those top 5 families. But to get access to the vault, again, you have to be in a family, and once the game goes live, then 10% of that vault is paid out weekly to those families. And that's distributed to those top 5 families. Additionally, there's a conditional payout that's paid to families 6 through 8. And that condition is just simply, if the vault is bigger than it was the previous week, then those additional 3 families, the families that hold 6, 7, and 8, they will get a distribution of the vault as well. So really exciting, a lot of money to be made, but there's so much more beyond that too, right? There's a lot of, even if you're not in a family, there's going to be mechanisms for you to earn through in-game cash, and that in-game cash will be exchangeable for Mafia itself. So you'll be able to exit, even if you just play the game, if you just do things like smuggle, commit different crimes, all of that stuff, you earn in-game cash for that, and you can exchange that for Mafia, and then actually make money that way. And those are some of the ways that you can play the game. I think it's quite a bit more rich than that. The social component is huge, as we've already seen in early access. Even though the game itself is not live, there's a lot of interaction in Telegram, a lot of positioning right now that's taking place. So it's been, I mean, even though we're still a ways away, what are we, halfway through early access right now, Colt?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a 12-stage launch, and we're at stage 6, or we're waiting for stage 6. Yeah.
So, I mean, even that being said, there's so much going on right now. The marketplace has been released. I know on Pulse Chain, that's been, I don't know if it's the most active NFT marketplace or it's pretty close. Huge amount of volume going on in the marketplace, just exchanging items. A lot of activity, and the same thing is happening on the BNB side, just to a lesser degree right now.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal. I mean, I was just actually looking here. So Archie, you are at the moment, you're set from the vault payouts. You're due to get 35 million pulse a week.
That's right. Yeah, that's just from the syndicate, right? So we also own the Yakuza and the Hustlers on the Pulse Chain side, and the syndicate, the Yakuza, and the Illuminati on the BNB side.
Does that mean I should accept your invite to the family then?
What's that?
Does that mean I should accept your invite to the family?
On the BNB
Absolutely,
side. On the BNB side.
I've had a lot.
We got other players on the Pulse Chain side, and
a lot of people trying to approach me too.
Yeah.
Well, technically, this can be a recruitment drive right now. So we've got anyone in there that doesn't know. So yes, Archie is the Don of the Syndicate, the Illuminati, and the Yakuza, and Kool-Aid is the Capodicina. No, are you the Consigliere or the Capo?
Oh, I'm the second or whatever the hell it is. But I'm also, I'm also the game dev of Hexaco, right? I've been
so Kool-Aid is the Consigliere of the Gearheads family.
Right.
So we've got two rival families here right now, but the Gearheads are not on the Binance Smart Chain Mafia yet.
That's right. And because we're doing co-located ways to use our resources. We also are founders of several different tokens on Pulse Chain. We're also founders of something called FanForge. And what FanForge is doing is it's bringing the tip of the spear of audio dramas to all of Hollywood and the gaming industry to inject them into Pulse Chain. And why that's important is for sussing out IPs, for creating worth for digital rights management. So that way, actors and screenwriters and environment artists can take AI to build a quick strike team, to build a game, to then get an experience out there and have all those royalties go back to the actual user and the people that create, like, let's say, for example, a Spider-Man 1. So those digital collectibles actually would exist and transmute the royalties on the different chains as well. So it's dovetailing many different aspects of why GameFi and SocialFi, which is what we're really striking in for Gift Tech, is really important, because eventually we'd like to get Gearhead Studios over on the BNB side, actually bring that net worth and value over there. But you can only do so many things at once. Otherwise, you're spread very thin. And so doing strategic ways to move forward with binding communities, with building decentralized products, with doing protocol first mentalities is very important. And we can say that we will be looking at the BNB stuff once we get everything that we need finalized and our boats over here.
Yeah. Actually, Kratos, can you go into a bit more of the SocialFi? Sorry, Kratos, just one sec. Kool-Aid, the SocialFi aspect of all this, right? So we know that Mafia has pretty much its own chat. There's going to be its own messaging service, sort of like its own email system set up. How do you think that's going to work specifically concerning both chains? Do you think that Mafia on BNB and Mafia on Pulse Chain will be able to speak directly through that?
Oh yes, eventually, but that would also extend past early access, right? We'd want to get everything live, up and running, and then have that ability for everything to dovetail in together, both between assets, resources, different stories of different players, different families, different alliances. All that will eventually work into where the future is right now. Like, you can see the essence of that growing in the use of ChatGPT versus Google search, right? So where is Google AdSense going to go? So you have to look into the future to really understand where these interactable experiences can come from. What about advert, right? Something like Second Life was too early for those kind of experiences to be made apparent. But remember, if we look into history, the first blockchain was actually ham radio, right? The first Bitcoin was EverQuest gold mining. The first NFT was a read-write attachment on an email. So you could actually see that connection and understand that that asset was received. The first DEX was the Azeroth World of Warcraft auction house. And so using those kind of gleans, we can see where we're going to be in a year, 2 years, 5 years, both as technology as a whole and how people are engaging with their technology. What's going to be their value as a player or a user or a content creator going into that future.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, KvltDeFi, I cut you off then. I hope you still have your train of thought.
Mate, no, I didn't have anything to say. I can't remember. Good.
Okay. Yeah, but so when it actually comes down to the real socialify aspect of this, I mean, anyone that's here now that really doesn't know anything about Mafia, it's almost like a kill or be killed game, because technically you create a character for 2,000 Mafia tokens. 2,000 Mafia tokens on Binance is about 80 cents, I think, right now, and 2,000 Mafia on Pulse is maybe $4. Once you create your character, that character is assigned to that wallet address. If that character gets killed or dies in the game, that is gone forever. There is a way that you can actually lose the. So in the game, if you do get killed, whatever in-game cash you currently have on you as a player, that will go to the killer. So literally, you can kill people and take their assets. You can kill people and completely wipe them out. That's why joining a family is a pretty safe bet for a lot of people. A lot of the reason to do that is because these different families will control different areas, different cities, and different resource. And in some cases, there's going to be battle over those resources. So we can see in the chat here already, we've got some members from different families are actually going at it. I think that's really fun as well. I love to see all that kind of stuff. It's all in good fun until someone loses an eye, as they say. So, let's keep on going.
Right. And as long as it's good, healthy banter, right? That's always fun, right?
Yeah.
When it gets toxic, I'll put my foot down on that because it's just not healthy. But like good, healthy banter. Go ahead, sir.
Who's got the most ammo?
Well, that depends also on who has the most helpers to get attacked, or if you know how the mechanics of being attacked are going to be, because the simulator is just going to be one simulation per person versus someone that may do this in their head for a living can do multiple things at the same time. So it's not just actually about killing people. That's the interesting thing. I brought this up when we were talking earlier in the morning. There may be regions where there's not a big family presence, and that may be the city where people just go around and slaughter people with no apparent risk or reward. I know, being the gearheads being in Vegas, that if people are acting out of line in our city, we're going to put the KvltDeFi shutdown on that. We want our city to be a good, healthy place for people to exist in. I assume Archie would do the same thing over in Chicago. If there's some people running around just randomly killing people, they'll be handled. And there may be cities that don't have that prevalence in there. That may be the PvP district or the Gary, Indiana of Chicago, if you will.
Miami.
There is Detroit too, right? Mm-hmm. I think we've talked about that a little bit.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
There's more than enough cities for the Tang gang to come in if they want to come play.
There you go.
So I've got one of GIF's videos up. You want me to give it a play?
Throw it on. Throw it up.
All right, there we go.
So let me just do a quick intro to this then. So the gearheads, they really try, because Kool-Aid is literally a game dev, and he loves what this project is doing. He's already thinking like 3 or 4 steps ahead to try and make make this actually animated, to make this actually really work. And one of the first stages that they did is to start doing these little animated videos. I think they're absolutely hilarious. Some of them are really good. So yeah, go ahead, man.
All right, are we go ahead and bring it up and let me know if
it's here. Sounds on.
All right, this is it. We stage the heist tonight. We make it look real enough to scare the shareholders into selling their shares at a fraction of the cost. And you're sure this will work?
Trust me, Gif. Once the shareholders think their money isn't safe, they'll be scrambling to get rid of their shares.
We've got everything in place. The fake heist crew is ready, and our inside man will make sure the security cameras go dark at the right moment.
Mickey, you handle the negotiations with the shareholders. Make sure they believe the threat is real and that Andre is their only way out.
You got it, Gif. By the time I'm done, they'll be begging to sell.
Everyone calm down. We're here to help.
Help? How? They're going to kill us.
No, they won't. But this shows just how vulnerable the bank is. Selling your shares to Mr. Andre here might be your best option to ensure your investments are safe. Remember, I'm just a neutral party here to assist.
But the price. We'll lose everything.
Not everything. You'll still get a fair amount. And more importantly, you'll be safe. This isn't just about money anymore. It's about survival.
Sign these, and you can walk out of here without worrying about your future. It's the best deal you're going to get.
Boss, we're wrapping up. Security's about to respond. Good work. Get out of there and meet us at the rendezvous point.
That went off without a hitch. The shareholders didn't know what hit them.
You two really pulled it off. The bank is ours.
It was a team effort. Mickey's smooth talking and the heist crew's performance did the trick.
Just another day's work. And remember, Gif, I'm just doing the family a favor here.
So
I like the Mike Tyson voice there.
it's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's all Gif himself, right? I mean, I'm giving some coaching on some cinematic type stuff, but he's leveling up fast. But you can kind of see not only how the social environment of it can be binded to an NFT in the future, could be sold as a choose your own adventure part or achievement or an unlockable component later on down the game. Because we can see that how bullets are being generated from the bullet factory, and that actually is a token. Whereas health will also be a token, but it really won't need it to be a reserve resource unless there's a lot of battle going on. I mean, who knows? Maybe there could be random encounters where environmental fires happen and businesses are killed off, like in SimCity or something like that. There's a lot of ways that this can actually explode and expand in the future. It has a lot of legs to expand. And that's what's really interesting about gamifying decentralized finance in an actual wrapped game rather than just a, chart or a TA prediction, which, is, a trailing indicator, right? It's not a leading indicator. A game is a leading indicator because it's setting the stage for more things to be added to a reaped journey into the future.
So on that Kool-Aid, you kind of mentioned the possibility of fires happening. I don't know if this is the right terminology, but that kind of player versus environment type of those scenarios. How else would you see those taking root here?
Oh, sure. I mean, I can tell you what's going to happen that I know exists just looking at the wiki. And of course, I am not on core. I just happen to be here as a game dev first, right? I'm trying to help. Game devs always help each other, period. It's in our blood. It's what we do. Then as a player in a second in command second. But we can see the witnesses that are on the wiki that hasn't been indicated. We know players can go to jail. And so something that I call random encounters are where you will be able to commit crimes within the game. Now, more high-profile crimes will most likely have higher yield results, but those will also have witnesses or more risk to being apprehended within those regions. So, the player versus the environment should be dynamic. Like, do you think racing is going to be like street racing is not going to be in the Beverly Hills aspect of a city? It'll probably be more in the ghetto-y type areas. Now, that seedy environment probably would be your premium location to go sell the drugs that you smuggled in from a different part of the country, right? You're not going to be selling your crack or your hookers and blow up in Beverly Hills. It's going to be in somewhere else. But higher value items might be able to be heisted in those locations. And that's where the map update is going to be fundamental for seeing the 4 parameters of turns, which is going to be actions and movements, right, per block or per situation or per cooldown, and then in-socketing areas, which is going to show us the district or regions of certain items or facts or value, right?
Yeah. So to go a little bit deeper there on the witnesses. So let's say that when you commit a crime, there are witnesses. How would you, I guess, maybe what kind of mitigation sort of actions would you anticipate other than, maybe bribing those witnesses? Would you see potentially like taking those witnesses out?
Sure.
What other types of situations would you see like that?
Sure. Well, I mean, the detective agency could be used for multiple different purposes for that. So if somebody is a witness and they report a crime to the detectives, then something like that could be a hot sale, right? Let's say that you, as a detective agency, and a lot of people are just thinking about the major bullets of just the bullet factory as the only mitigator, or they do understand the casinos because they understand gambling.
Right.
But if you look at the other aspects of those tech trees, right, a lot of people aren't thinking about them like tech trees.
Yep.
So if detectives can get the dirt on what happens in a particular region, those could be hot commodities that could be sold on the marketplace, right? Or go ahead.
So you're actually gathering information from detective agencies and then potentially selling that information, right? I mean,
that's what I would think.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Right. And they're all microecologies. And that's what's really interesting about this game. And I've mentioned it a few times. The sub-economy of the game is not necessarily attached to the mafia token itself. It is correlated to it, especially if somebody dumps it, right? If someone dumps it, they're paying that 16% sale tax. That 16% sale tax goes into the vault. That hardens the in-game ecology and economy of itself. And what's going on? The Grace, welcome in. And that other sub-ecology and economy could push up many different forms of value inside the game, kind of like a Decentraland or a gold rush, right? To get that land in California, it doesn't mean that there was gold there, but theoretically, you acquired the swath of land that, as California upgraded from a mining town into where it is today, that's much more valuable than the gold that started that rush or land boom back in time.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And one thing that I kind of along that same line of thinking, just the fact that players have a chance to interact and form the world and form the economies, form the environment, maybe the diplomatic situation and that kind of thing. Even though the mechanics of the game are being set up in a certain way, I think even Jacob himself alluded to the fact that he doesn't know exactly how things are going to play out because it's the players that kind of breathe life into the thing, right? And we don't know which way it's going to go exactly, right? And that's the
exactly, and that's exactly what brings us back to the whole community, right? The social aspect of all of this are the community are the ones that are going to drive the direction of this as we move forward. Hey, everyone, welcome in the Greys. So we got someone else in another post-chain project. How you doing?
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, welcome, man.
Just catching up a little bit what you guys were talking about. I'm a little late. I was at the park with the family.
Well, always keep the wife happy. That's rule number 1. Otherwise, you're always in trouble.
That's for sure. Especially hanging out with all of us all the time. You got to spend a little bit of time with them as well.
That's right. Crypto is always a full-time mental exposure, regardless if you're in it or not, building or not.
Yeah, we were on a Spaces for like 3 hours this morning, so I definitely had to get out of the house a little bit and spend some time. But
yeah, cool. So we're going into some of the, well, because we don't really know for anyone on this stream, because we don't really know the exact footprint the mafia is going to have. We're trying to do a bit of speculation. So we've got Crypto Kool-Aid, who is game dev, knows everything about games, and he really has, he can see a few steps ahead of where we are concerning the game possibilities of this, the game possibilities, and he's basically teaching us right now.
Well, it just makes logical sense, right? And like I've stipulated, I don't know necessarily where things are going to go, but I know what I would do if I was on the other end of the rope. And I usually am on the other end of the rope doing this silly nonsense for 20-hour days. But it's not an easy lifestyle to do it. But you do have a particular competitive advantage of understanding why games work, right? And why the underlying decisions will be made to push the protocol first for the global good of all. And that's where I find it very fascinating to look at how all these things dovetail into a greater expansion on many different things, right? You know, Jacob has alluded that it's going to be a multi-year game and multi-year facet. And just as any day one patch, DLC, expansion pack, you think about those things in those exact type of components. Let's say you play Magic the Gathering. Well, I mean, shit, when I played I had a full deck of Arabian Nights. I think I ended in Mirage or whatever. I was like 16 years old. But look at how far the game has expanded from that time. It's basically a glorified game of poker or any kind of deck of cards, a more advanced Go Fish. But how does that actually expand further and further and further as more components get brought online and more interoperability between components? I could see the same thing happening in between the Pulse side and the B&B side as well. Or it's scaling out into different form factors inclusively in and of itself. You know, a Gearhead Studios production could happen on FanForge. So Archie's story could be an entire audio drama or an entire series over on that episode, right? There are ways that we can scale all of this without topping off the coffers. It just naturally evolves. And that's what's really fascinating about any type of real game situation, because it's all entertainment, and entertainment wants to be consumed, entertainment wants to grow, and entertainment wants to scale inherently of itself.
So on that evolution there, Kool-Aid, when getting into like a specific instance, right?
Sure.
One of the things that I've been thinking about recently was that we know that that bodyguards offer certain modifiers, right? Like the gym is, I think, economic. As Johnny, I think, is a connection one. And so we know that it's pretty intuitive that you have an offensive skill and how those bodyguards map to that skill, and same thing with defense, right?
Right.
And I think Jacob has talked about the kill skill being introduced, right? And right now, player worth is really the constituents of that influence that right now. There's just a handful, right? It's Staked Mafia, it's Liquid Mafia, and those have different. Staked Mafia is a little bit more valuable. The age of the player that influences player worth. There's a couple other factors in there, right?
Sure.
And
hierarchy too.
Yeah.
Right. So like, for example, you're the number one of the number one family. However, you're not the number one of the number one worth of your family.
Absolutely.
So that is a different vector of GIF being the number one worth of the number two family. And then you also have the businesses owned, subtle luxury goods like planes and all the rest of that come into that ranking system. But yes, there are different parameters that I could infer that I may not share on how particular high value targets could be eliminated. But I can answer any, at least speculation, to help everyone grow as a community on how they think about this.
Yeah, going down that path, right? So knowing that player worth is established just on a handful of factors right now in early access. Mm-hmm. As we move forward into the game launch, one of the things that I'd been thinking about is that really, to me right now, player worth is almost a vanity. I mean, there might be some psychological aspects to that right now that could be meaningful, but as we move forward into the game, player worth is going to be influenced by other factors, right? Potentially kill skill, potentially an economic aspect, potentially a diplomatic aspect related back to connections, or however they frame that. Do you think that thinking is correct? And how else would you see that evolving over time?
Well, sure. I mean, like I called it on screen the other day when I was the 5 a.m. early stream where Colt was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed instead of the other way around. And I have not, if you look at the, do you want to bring up the market for anyone to see how nice this looks as like a decentralized DEX and showing the floor and ceiling at different prices. I had not seen at that point a level 10 franc. Now, I do know a couple of them exist by people, but if you look at the market store, there's only been 2 actually sold, whereas there's been plenty of SAMs. And so, like, in that regard, so we may not even see them up there. So level 7 franc we've seen before, but
yeah, we've got a level 10 SAM.
Right. Go scroll down. Let's see.
No, there's no level 10 Johnnies.
Right. Well,
there's a level 8
as well. That's
but
right.
There's a few level 8 Johnnies for sale.
That's right. So there's going to be new. My gut tells me that there is going to be a refactoring of items, just because of how the wiki has some items listed that are not in the game. Some items, if you look at the roulette board of what you get, such as shop items, the bottom or the worst top 3 are the ones that actually require bullets. And if a bullet is such a high token commodity and all the rest of that, why is it that the the lowest 3 items or the easiest ones to get are actually the ones that shoot bullets? It's interesting, right? And same thing as like a Molotov cocktail, right? You don't use a Molotov cocktail on crowds of people. Use a grenade. A Molotov cocktail is usually used for businesses. Throw it in a glass window because it already has the accelerant necessary for a low-profile start a fire situation that creates chaos. I do see like the different bodyguards being like a different rollout or a deck out of your character, right? If I'm going to do a heist, maybe I want a communications one or the economy one. But then my defenses are not up. It's also not including what happens in an HQ. It's also not including what happens if we consider like a tile, right? A tile or a hex tile in a game, it's 6-sided. What happens if like there are 5 gearheads and 1 syndicate person comes to try to assassinate someone? Mm-hmm. Is everyone going to get a roll? Right? Because remember, I was saying turns, actions, movements, and then in-game socket means what you can do with that, whether that's a business and or a decision. Could I script my helper to automatically, for example, protect my Dawn if I'm not there? And then my bodyguard would theoretically jump in front because me as the number 2, theoretically, I would automatically jump in front of my Dawn to shield him, right? That's what you would assume your guy underneath you to do. So then would my bodyguard also do that? So that's where we're going to see the in-game movement mechanics also move into the cooldown mechanics at the same time, because we can see that a bodyguard requires 120 minutes to recharge 1 level of its point-based system. So if that's a level 10 SAM or an offensive guy, that would take 20 hours to reload that particular use case. Mm-hmm. Well, then what about the secondary market of bodyguard selling and selling pre-loaded, pre-rested items? And that's why I'm saying, like, it's not just the vault. There's a whole micro economy under the micro economy of the entire game, which also is disassociated from the token itself. It's pretty fascinating, to be honest.
Yeah, really. And I mean, you touched on a lot of stuff there, and that's an awful lot to unpack. But an additional thought, I mean, I think this has been talked about before, but I think we're going to see a stratification of certain items as well, right? Health, obviously, we know that as that rolls out, there are going to be blood types, and some of those blood types are going to be rarer than others. Right. So one thing to think about now would be, does it make sense to buy a one bundle of 1,000 health as opposed to 10 units or 10 100 units, right? Knowing that each one of those will have different blood types assigned to them, or thinking that way at least, right? Yep, that's one thing. Yeah, same thing with cars. Cars, again, they're going to have different conditions assigned to them, right? So just because you have a car that's, a $500,000 car doesn't mean that it's equivalent to another $500,000 car.
That's exactly right. Think about it like DNA or fingerprints onto each aspect of the game that could be developed into its either own microecology and economy, or that could be combined together into a use case. Because until racing is live, what is the real purpose of a car except crushing down for bullets? That's a different economy that's substrate to a bullet factory, right? So if you don't have a bullet factory there, but you have a car crusher, then sending out your underlings to go heist a whole bunch of cars is a very feasible way to create bullets, which is its own token and its own economy that can be sold outside of the video game. And I don't think those actually have taxes on them, do they? Only the mafia has the tax. Is that correct?
I think so. Yeah, I think you're right.
So I haven't even really looked. This is where the GIF would come in, right? I'm the theory guy, and I do spatial. He does surgical. So good relationship between us. But yeah, so that is a different way for you to earn in the game. Is go hang out in a city that doesn't have a big family, or you're worried about beef or all the rest of that. Go heist a bunch of shitty cars, mule those over to a car crusher, and then get those bullets and take that for in-game economy to get, let's just say, Pulse. Because if you're getting Pulse, for example, there's no tax, I believe, to buy a key as well. Is that correct?
Not for a key.
Correct. So,
sure. Yeah.
So then you could take that entire economy of a system, not use the tax, because it actually will come back to the game and the lower ecology of the entire game itself. What's interesting about the tax is it reinforces the balancing loop back into the sub economy of the game for dumpers, right? And all the rest of that. It's a deterrent or a speed trap for dumpers of the game to give it breathability and room and legs to go, which I love.
Yeah, I think that's really cool. And oh, sorry, I don't mean to jump in here again. Yeah, one other thing that I had been thinking about recently. So we a lot of focus has been, and rightfully so, on the Allegiance update. I think we're still in the very early stages of understanding what that actually looks like and the implications of that. And we know that the map update is right around the corner, and that's going to be very exciting. But when you look beyond that, I don't know, a lot of people have been doing this, but one of the things that I'm particularly interested in right now is the trade-up system, and how that relates to potentially cars or other items in the game. Do you have do you guys have any thoughts on how that might unfold? An example that I had been thinking about is maybe if you own two $75,000 cars, you can trade them up for one $100,000 car, and so on and so forth. And we don't know what those exact mechanics will look like, but again, when you consider that stratification that will happen with cars potentially based on conditions, that could be a really interesting part of the game. How else would you see that unfolding throughout the rest of the game?
Yeah, it's kind of tricky because I can speculate, but until I see the map, I won't know all the other things I need to be speculating on. You hit it right on the trade up. That's when I'm thinking that the global refactor is going to be coming in, right? And to be fair, I don't really care where the lineup is on the rollout for the white paper, because technically the wiki is a living wiki. The game is early access. The whole thing can shift around at any time, and goddamn right it should. The one thing you don't want to do in making a game is paint yourself into a corner because you're worried about launch requirements of XYZ, M and NOP. If there is 12 billion pulse in the vault and it finally goes live, goddamn right. It doesn't, and like the minimum form factor was the 4 billion or 5 billion or whatever it was, just to give the ecology of a game its own turnkey. That way it has legs to play, right? You don't want to cost out a particular gambling casino by letting someone bet $100 million in real life on black or red. Well, I mean, there's a 50-50 chance that they may lose it all. Well, 49-49, but they also may win. And so that's why there's limits on a particular bet that you can make. There's a particular rollout on what you can do. So to get back to your question, with the trade up, that I think is going to release a lot more in-game mechanics that will be phased in, just as I think Jacob said that keys will be, or in-game shop items will be phased out when the game goes live. I think there's going to be multiple things that get introduced that will give an attractability to that. And I think also the random number generator of what the game is being built upon will modify and change. So for example, let's say I am equipped with my economy skin right now. Well, then I can go possibly get better rolls on crates. It's like modifiers in D&D or any other pen and paper game or anything like that. That will see those kind of things happen. But yeah, it's really interesting to think about all of those sub economies evolving with each other. Like for example, travel, right? You have trains and you have jets. Well, those are public transportation. That means that a detective may know you were there. Maybe there's a loading time that you have to sock it in to be there, that someone else could find you at that location. Whereas the three private modes of transportation are the planes. Now, there's only one in game, but there's 3 listed in the wiki: the motorcycle and the armored car. But it doesn't say how many people can ride in the armored car. Now, does it? I mean, you assume that only one person can ride in a motorcycle. But if you see someplace in like China or India or all the rest of that, I've seen a whole bunch of people on one goddamn motorcycle before. So you really don't know how all those things work till they actually roll out. All it is just a very high value of speculation, right?
And honestly, that is one of the most exciting aspects of this whole game for me. And it just, when you zoom out, right, we've dove into a lot of the details of potential mechanics and that kind of thing. But when you zoom out and just understand that this game is going to constantly evolve, right? That is the thing that is most exciting for me, beyond a lot of other crypto projects, right? Because not to disparage others in any way, but when certain things are launched, you know what the mechanics are, and that's what they are. They're not going to change. But this is going to constantly evolve. And really, to be successful at this, I think we identified early on, really the key to being successful at this is being adaptable, right? And to be able to take in new information, understand that information, and then take action against it as those mechanics evolve.
Exactly. And that's the one thing, is that most people are just focusing on the DeFi on their tokens, or they're just using vanilla wrappers, which is fine. Make a meme coin, do all the rest of it. Nothing wrong with that.
Sure.
However, from my point of view and my particular history, I get really excited about the expansion of how these things dovetail, work, bind, and communicate and work together.
Yeah.
And that's super, super exciting to me. I'll go smoke a cigarette real quick. I'll be watching from my phone, so you guys can sit and chit chat.
Sounds good.
No problem. The Gray, I wanted to ask a question. Coach has had the Gray's family set up for a while, but he only has him as a lone member. Are you going to be joining him at some stage?
When I came in here and was listening, I was like, wow, I'm like getting a little bit deeper of the level of this whole Mafia game than level 1. Am I correct?
We're literally just speculating on how the game will actually start to unfold.
Okay, yeah, because I still am like not caught up with just how everything works with it, and I know Coach was meaning to kind of educate me on it, but we've yet to get that chance to do so. So I'm hoping to get involved with it sooner than later, but I haven't even gotten a chance to look into it yet, to be honest.
No, that's totally understandable. Well, I mean, at the moment, but we always, in the beginning, we were told that the game would be going live when the vault itself hits 5 billion pulse. That was literally a month ago, and in that month, basically we're at 4.2 billion pulse in at the moment. So it's absolutely flying. It's actually gone a lot quicker than expected. So I think that by the time the game launches, we probably could be looking at a $20 billion pulse, 20 billion pulse vault to be paying out, and those payments already. I mean, Archie's here, the Capone, the Don of the Syndicate. I mean, he himself is already gearing up for, I don't know, it's a few $1,000s every week, and that's exactly where the vault stands now. I can really say that if it got to this, this 20 billion pulse at launch, and he keeps his top spot, I mean, Archie could be looking at 10 grand a week, real money.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah, I think it's phenomenal the rate that everything is growing at. You know, there's so many different ways to earn money in this game, and I understand. You know, because you're we're having a lot of these more in-depth conversations now. I understand it can be quite a daunting task, but I mean, I'm happy to jump on stream with you anytime, and I can literally walk you through it. You know, baby steps all the way.
Yeah, I would definitely need the beginner course just for the starting of it. I guess my main question is this a scenario where you need to be either very involved via time or capital to win? Because how I've understood most like play to earn games is to stay on top, you have to keep giving a lot of time to stay on top or keep funding to stay on top, even though that those funds might pay you out more. Is this game kind of have any player to player advantage in that side of it, or is it completely different? Would be my first question.
Yeah, so literally, you know, if you want to be one of the top families, then yes, obviously you have to put in a lot of effort. You have to make sure that you protect your territories. You maybe do some allegiance with some other families. It can be quite a daunting task. I mean, Capone will be able to elaborate on this a bit more. But even being a solo player, like me, for example, because I'm kind of, I don't know, like the head evangelist, if you like, for this sort of project. I'm not actually in a family. I'm playing rogue. Because. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I need to be able to know exactly how the game works as a player without joining a family, but also from my I don't know if I want to say from my aerial viewpoint, looking at the whole thing, and obviously I'm discussing with all the different families individually about everything that's going on, so I can see sort of a bigger picture. So for me, I'm absolutely happy just to be running around, do some heists, earn some money, and literally you are trading your time for money, of course. But there are certain things in the game as well, which are called helper bots. And these helper bots, while you're away from the game, you can set them to do different tasks for you. So you can literally set them to go and do this heist for me. I'll come back in a few hours. And if the heist was successful, you've got a bit of extra cash. So you can get as much or as little from this game as you want to. That's what I think is one of the best things about it, actually.
Yeah, I think. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, well, one thing I just want to do is I'm kind of revamping that term, play and earn. Play to earn is a very different metric in game dev, right? And so when you play to earn or pay for microtransactions to play and win, that's a very different game than what this is. There is multiple facets on how you could, let's say, play rogue. And I'm just going to give you by the way, if you ever want to spend some one-on-one time with the game dev and just talk about how these work in component-based things, we'll strip it down out of crypto and just strip it right back down into tic-tac-toe, checkers, chess, because that's really where you want to understand components and mechanics. But with a play and earn ratio, let's say I was a rogue player, right? And let's say I'm in a rogue random city because I'm not aligned to any city because I don't have an HQ there to protect me. I could be Warren Buffett with all the big games or all the big guns, with a level 10 Sam, with a level 10 Frank, and I'm a player plus player. You do not know what I have. And so running around and trying to stick me up may be a very bad situation for you, because the retaliation is I could now kill you, take your stuff. And because you really don't know who I am or where I exist, I could then disappear, right? How many detective agencies do you have in what cities and resources to find a rogue player anywhere in the world, Carmen Sandiego style? That's very Where's Waldo. There are ways that you could do that and still earn within the game, like being that same rogue player that I was talking about, and running races, right? Hustling cars, running races, earning yield that way, selling out bullets or health, trading up and combining those assets, and then taking that as real world gain as well. So there are different ways and many faceted ways to play this particular type of experience and earn within that particular type of experience. One thing that I was alluding to on the Dawn call is that the nuclear triad, that certain families, it would be ludicrous for them to go to war because the game's over at that point. And that's also not how you would handle living in your own neighborhood, right? To go to war with your neighbor would make the HOA or your housing development or something problematic for you. Same thing goes within different gentrifications of real places, real cities, real environments. And so the beautiful thing about games, if done well, is it simulates reality. And in fake reality, things happen with purpose and view frustrum and focus. Whereas in normal reality, people are lazy and don't have to pay attention to it. So a real crafted game simulates reality more fluently than real reality, because most people don't have to play the game of life. They just wake up and then go do whatever the fuck they want. But a real game is actually crafted from the bottom to the top.
Yeah, I think that was kind of one of the things that I wouldn't want to use the word like detoured me, but made me hesitant by just jumping in and like starting the process, because I know last time we were talking, Colt, is you're telling me like if you're not on top of it, you could pretty much get your money taken from you by other players. And I was just like, oh damn, like so when I'm ready to do this, I'm gonna have to stay on top of my player, or part of the game you can get certain assets taken from you, is what it sounded like to me. And that was kind of where I get scared, just because of, for me personally, I still work a full-time job. I have a 1-year-old, and then I'm also running a token itself. So is there ways people can participate in a simpler fashion to where maybe they don't have as much time to allocate as some of the other players and still make out positively?
Sure.
Yeah. Sorry. When we did speak about that, yes, we didn't know at the time that there was a thing called Player Plus, and Player Plus literally it hides your total inventory from other players. What we were in the beginning, before Player Plus was announced, in the beginning we were thinking, okay, you can literally hire detectives to go and search for a player with the biggest in-game cash amount, and literally I would target that player, try and shoot that player. So I literally can keep all the resources. But now with Player Plus, you can literally hide your inventory. So that makes it a lot more comfortable for other players to play like the rogue player and not be too worried about families.
Mm-hmm. There's also helpers too. So with helpers, you're basically running a bot to allow you to execute on the most premium time to make what's called in-game encounters, random encounters, or actions that you are pulling achievements or prestige. We haven't even discussed honor or all the rest of that stuff. But all those things give you the ability to take a step back and allow yourself to go earn without having recourse. Like, for example, would I want my particular character to be scripting and running events with me not being there, being the profile of where I am as a character? Well, because of the fact that where I rank in the game, I have a very unlikely death simulation due to all the rest of that. However, if I am running with a buddy and we both have scripted our helpers, would those be paired into a group? So that way you're running the simulation. Now, granted, like I'm thinking about this as you would a Grand Theft Auto, a top-down game, a MUD, all those other type of ecologies that I've helped work on, like an MMO. It doesn't necessarily mean that's how it's going to be at rollout. And as the game expands, I'm going to be with Colt and Archie and everyone trying to explain to it from my professional hat, right? Not my player hat, because I really want to be a game dev first, not, a player first mentality, because that doesn't help the entire ecology of what we're trying to do and what Jacob's trying to do. And like even my side company, FanForge, what we're trying to do to bring real Hollywood economic energy, real game dev economic energy, and inject it into our entire pulse chain ecosystem, or DeFi for all, or having set the gold standard on how all this works. Because real entertainment is very concerned about AI. They're very concerned about crypto, but they're also concerned because they realize that the world is moving on without them and their old economic models are no longer working. That's why the game industry and the entertainment industry is literally on fire right now. Something interesting that just happened is Bethesda Game Studios just got their first, God, why am I brain farting it? What the fuck is it? Not Legion. what are the Teamsters are? Why am I brain farting the world for union? So they actually just got their first union, and unions are been frowned on in the gaming industry our entire career. Now, film industry has a union, Actors Guild has a union, but the gaming industry itself has never been sanctioned to have that because the companies didn't want to give up those gloves to the workers, to the players, to the creators. And we're seeing the whole shift happen in real time. So there are ways, not just for players in this game to earn without having those time constraints. It just depends on how much of a pivotal player you want to be within that economic model, right? Just like a real business. If you are the CEO, you either do a lot of work or you do no work. It depends on what company it is.
Yeah, I think that one of the coolest things about this game, just like you touched on, is the fact that there is a continuum of participation, right? And there's a cost benefit. You have to weigh in capital return. So if you do want to be the head of a family and you want to be successful at that, obviously it's going to require some work, and it's going to require some time and organization, a lot of conversations and that kind of thing. But as KvltDeFi touched on, there are so many ways to participate, and ways that through automation, through bots and that kind of thing, that's another way. So if you're, for instance, running a smuggling route, I wish I could kind of participate in the game this way. I don't think I'm going to be able to, but just because of my position. But if you're running a smuggling route and you're doing kind of a triangle between maybe Palermo and New Jersey and Caracas, for instance, right? And you're trading between those, and that's all you're doing, and you're having your helper bots run that for you. One thing, and we don't know what those mechanics are going to look like right away, but if you continually do that circle, what's going to happen? You're going to build up cash and build up cash and build up cash, right? But the other thing that you might be able to do to help mitigate getting murdered is that throughout that triangle, you might be able to deposit within a bank throughout that circle, right? So you're de-risking by adding that one additional action in the game, right? So there are a lot of ways that you can protect yourself from getting robbed just by minimizing what you have on you, right? That's one way potentially. Others are obviously pushing off resources onto other profiles, and there's any number of ways that you can do that. The concern about getting murdered and having all of your stuff taken is real, but I don't think it's there's a lot of ways to mitigate that to the point where it's still a concern. It will be a concern, I think, but maybe not as big as what people might imagine right now.
I think also to have that as a correlated talking point, the ability to be killed is also just like the ability to get a traffic ticket in real life or all the rest of that. It can be a punishment mechanic, and it can be something to keep people in line for the betterment of the game, because all-out war also requires the spending of bullets, which also creates a deflationary mechanism on the actual asset itself, which creates a hierarchy on the cost of that mechanic as well. So actually doing those kind of things costs more to the game in-game currency and the game ecology than you may get benefit out of that situation and the retaliatory function of that. Like that particular cost of bullets may send health through the roof. Mm-hmm. And then that is now the most important ecology or economic value in the game if there's not that output of that resource that is needed, right? You know, it's just like coal into diamonds. Takes time to mature, and that manipulation from De Beers is a very interesting view frustrum on how you can create the economic landslide or mass out of a particular situation, good or bad. And I don't see the PvP aspect of it is, I think, going to be more on rank and your ability to trade and your ability to earn. And like Archie was saying with that smuggler's triangle, that could give you honor, notoriety, could give you prestige with witnesses within that region. Like what if you're a Robin Hood and you're bringing economic energy to an impoverished city? Well, those witnesses probably aren't going to rat you out. Maybe you can buy them off. Maybe you can, have an embargo on a particular city due to your economic weight of just doing arbitrage in between those assets. And so it's vastly interesting to see how this is going to play out from many different aspects, or more or less evolve, right? Because this is what it is. The game is basically interactive staking, right? Across the board, not just staking just the mafia, staking your time, using that economic energy and building that into an experience that, I mean, just with anything, the more you put in, the more you're going to get out. But it doesn't necessarily limit you on anyone that you run into in the street is automatically going to murder, death, kill you.
Yeah, and one thing just real quick, you touched on potentially the price of health going through the roof, right? One of the things that I had been thinking about recently was, how does health actually enter the game? And one potential way is blood donating, right? So if you're one of the rare blood types, maybe you can make money just by donating blood when your cooldown is up, right? And have helper bots automate that. That would be another really simple way to earn in-game cash that you can convert into real world money. And so when you think about something as specific as that, and some of the other things that we've talked about, there are so many ways that this game could go that would benefit really anybody of any level of commitment that they're willing to make, and any capital investment that they're willing to make, from $0 to $1 million, right?
Mm-hmm. And as it grows into the future as well, because as a living ecology of a game, and when Pulse runs and all the rest of that, those vectors are very differently scaled in the leverage that they can earn, use, do, and create in the future. Something I touched on another video with Cult is that, let's say the game gets really, really, really popular, and let's say Seattle gets created, or a different place in South America or in Italy. Well, that new city, that DLC, that expansion would give a fresh birth of users that could now manipulate that particular area and give a fresh start. There could also be the amount of players that are locked into a particular family, or even the amount of businesses that one family can own, which would create more shatter alliances in other families. All of that is stackable. And you have to look at this, you know, in building a game, they usually try to make us ship it in 3 years, but it takes 5 years to do. And you have to be looking in that 2, 3, 5 year situational experience, just like you would to actually build something of that like and value.
Yeah, I think the opportunity for expansion, I think the opportunity for expanding territories, I think is something that we haven't really, we touched on it on our last stream, but I mean, it absolutely does make sense. I don't think that we could limit the amount of people per family, because as even Jacob said on a previous stream, sure, people would just literally just do another family. They'll just, you know, it'll be another splinter family. But he did say, and actually we discussed this as well before, there's going to be certain mechanics in here which are it's going to be difficult to keep the top spot all the time. Mm-hmm. Right. Even Jacob has said that, you know, introducing certain, you know, I mean, again, we don't know what is going to be at this early stage. But if you want to really keep a top spot as a family, or maybe keep the top spot as a Don in one of the top families, there's going to be a number of ways that can be upset as we start to progress.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, one way, it depends on the composition of the family, right? You might have some families that have 3 members and they have deep pockets, right? So they're going to have, just by nature of that, they're going to have more stability within their family. If you have larger families with a disparate membership, you're going to have attrition, right? We know that people are in this, at least in part, because they want to make money. And so you're going to have people coming in and scaling out all of the time, right? What happens when the price runs way up, and you know, you might have a certain sector of your membership that decides to scale out at that time, right? That could happen, and that will happen. We know that. There are going to be other ways that could happen too, right? I think you mentioned business objects, right? Those are obviously a huge benefit to the holders, but they're also a liability. Protecting those is no joke, right? We know that, and there's any number of strategies that you could use to do that. I know, Kool-Aid, you probably thought about all of them. You and Gif, we've thought about a considerable number of them. but we know that over time that holders of those will want to sell those when they scale out, right? So those go back into the community. That deeply impacts family worth, at least as we understand it in the prevailing sense. So all of those things will reshuffle the deck. I think that's very healthy for the game. I think it's healthy for the game. It's healthy for everybody that's playing the game. So I think that's just a positive thing over time. So.
Right. Well, and an easy way to always correlate this to is go back to real games. You know, I haven't played Magic since I was a kid, but like I had a full deck of Arabian Nights. Does that actually correlate into the mechanics of a modern day Magic game? No, the new cards would stomp that particular thing. Now, like there are particular cards that have value, like Black Lotus or something like that, that are not just nostalgic, but have rate and value like a Spider-Man 1 comic. That doesn't mean that Spider-Man 1 comic is the most prestigious comic book in the world and can trump anything else that you can get on tablet, right? Because a digital collectible NFT could be just as rare as something of that nature. So the game itself will keep re-rolling the deck because that's what a game does, instead of being boxed into just what a vanilla deployer token does. There's nowhere really for it to go. I mean, we did the experiments with Gift Tech and how we take a vanilla deployer meme token and turn it into a deflationary asset that can bind into a different kind of asset. But that's an experiment and an example of many ways that you can take one thing and evolve it into something else. So we're going to be seeing that kind of things. Like technically, socketing a business is basically like having a stake in a particular ecology of that particular city and that particular world. What happens if that particular city goes up in metric value? Just like, again, Detroit. It definitely is not its prestige as it was in the beginning of Motor City, but it doesn't mean that you can't replumb Detroit to make it a Denver or an Austin or something else. These things can evolve, especially in something like a game that has a virtual vesting place to actually evolve.
What do we think then about the onboarding opportunity that this poses for Pulse Chain?
I think it's huge. I mean, one of you guys go ahead and talk because I can rattle about forever.
Yeah, Archie, what do you think? Because we all know that we need more people. Look, even here, there's there's 5 of us here, and there's 3-4 different projects already, right? Literally, just from the 5 people that are here, there's 4 projects, right?
Sure.
And we all need more traffic, right? We absolutely all of us. That's what we want, right? We want more wallets. We want more holders. We want more people just utilizing our platforms. Look, everyone we have. Game, finding something which, like Kool-Aid's always using the word sticky. Finding something which is sticky with people, right? It's I mean, number one, it's a necessity, but we have the opportunity here to really do that. We've got founders of tokens literally sitting here on this conversation with us now. We all want more holders. What do we think the value that this potentially has for us?
Oh, I mean, I think it's huge, right? For all of the elements that we've been talking about this entire time, right? The social aspect, they're just the mechanics, the richness of the ecosystem, the gameplay, the emotional attachment to characters that might have a finite existence, right? All of those things, the stories that are being built around this game and around the individual characters, the things that Kool-Aid has been talking about. All of those things are so important and offer. It's unique, right? What else exists like this in Pulse Chain right now?
Or anywhere.
Or anywhere, yeah.
Or anywhere, yeah.
It's awesome. I'm not a game developer. I'm a data scientist by trade, but going back back in my history, I played a lot of games, and I think about how much in it I put an inordinate amount of time into World of Warcraft and to Civilization and Total War series and all these different games, different MMORPGs, right? And looking back in time, there's a part of me that looks back fondly on those, right? But there's another part of me that's like, man, I spent a lot of time playing those games. And for somebody like me that really values my time now and how I utilize that, I do not have any sort of guilt investing in this game because, hey, you know what? I'm going to get paid out of it, right? Or at least I believe that. Yeah, and it's incredible. It's incredible. And what an incredible opportunity. It's not something that we're sitting here watching a chart or waiting for the next release for the things to happen. We're making things happen in real time right now, even in early access. And we're helping to form that future right now, right? By providing feedback to Jacob, by getting involved, by talking to the other folks here. This is, I'm honestly, I've been in Pulse Chain from the very beginning. I've been in the ecosystem for a really long time. I've never gotten involved. I've never felt a need to get involved until now, really. And it's exciting. I think it's important. And there's a huge amount of opportunity, not just for individuals, but for Pulse Chain as a whole. I think it's a massive opportunity for Pulse Chain.
Right. And
yeah, I think what we all want is for Pulse Chain to really to do well, right? I was listening to RH Max, I think it was yesterday or maybe the day before, and he said, I'm gonna try to remember exactly what he said, but I'm going to misquote him for sure. But he said one thing that Pulse Chain has given us the opportunity to do is to build, because it's so new and because there's not really much happening over here. If we think about it, really. You know, everyone's kind of taking baby steps because we don't have all this huge amounts of traffic, right? What we kind of really do is just, you know, circulating the money. One hand, you know, just keep the wheel spinning until everyone thinks the Richard Hart is going to, you know, come out and save us all by pumping all this ETH money into Pulse, which might happen. But before that can happen, we just need to keep doing what we're doing, right? And, you know, just keep building and building and building. And eventually we will get there.
Yep. And actually what DexEncelist just said is we need to be reaching out to actual game streamers. That's on the menu. I talked to Archie about him and I going on a stream, getting on Twitch. And I mean, I could go try to reach out to PewDiePie. I mean, I've met him before when I was working on Prey at Arcane and I was behind the two-way glass watching him play. So like we can eventually move in that direction. Now, do I think we should probably wait a little bit of time for the game to get out of EA? Yeah. But can we actually do that? Yeah. And do I want to do that with FanForge and all the other avenues that I have access to, including getting real game devs on to talk real game dev, to talk about GameFi and all the rest? Yeah. So like all of those are going to be options in the future. And that's why this actually has legs. Not only is it new, let's take Illuvium, for example. So I know who Grant Warwick is in depth because when I was working on my film in Unreal 3 back in 2010, Grant Warwick is a VFX artist from Australia. I studied his work for 6 months to make my atomic bomb. Like, I know very well who Grant Warwick is. Now, granted, fast forward 10 years, whatever. He deletes most of his portfolio, creates Illuvium, but that's a very different type of game. That is a first-person shooter that you got to deal with GPUs, you got to deal with rendering, hit effects, animation, character art, all these different things that Mafia doesn't have the need for now, but could scale into later. Like, and that's what's beautiful about this. It's componently being built in a way that it can evolve into something else in and of the future, right? And so like that's what's really fascinating. And the onboarding opportunity is, I've seen nothing like it. And it's actually achievable. That's really the difference, is when you're actually dealing with the term games, what is achievable is not what you think. I mean, we've got several founders here that deal with crypto stuff. It takes a lot of goddamn work. It takes a lot of damn work, and to get it right takes a lot of goddamn work. Now, with games, you're dealing with 100 minimum employees in the studio, outsource at least 200 to 300. So, you know, I mean, if you do something with like, you know, a Blizzard or an MMO, you're looking in the hundreds, if not thousands. But there was some complaining in main chat, I don't know, a week ago. I time travel, so I have no idea what it was. But they were comparing to BNB and the Pulse stuff and all the rest of this, and wanting what's called feature creep to allow transferable assets. And I gave the story about when I was at Arcane and how Elder Scrolls Online was a huge money pit, right? 200 million to make. was losing money. But then they implemented the microtransactions, and fast forward 10 years later, they're up $2 billion. B with a cash billion. So this opportunity is just the stage or the cornerstone of an even larger epoch of opportunity in Pulse Chain. And I think Jacob's mindset is, and mine as well, and I think all the players and all the people I talk to behind the scenes, is we want to set Pulse Chain up as the GameFi chain, not just the Richard Hart tokens only chain or all the rest of that. How do we build something that has legs that can then go live on other chains as well, such as BNB Mafia, right? And so once you set that welcoming hand there, then I'm going to be trying to go reach out to all sorts of my friends and pals to talk about this kind of stuff and armature, and who knows where it can go from there. Because the one thing I know that Jacob once said is, well, maybe be bought out by a AAA studio. No. We will not do that. We will not do that at all, because I tell you that has happened to me my entire goddamn career. They will sell us out. They will use us and abuse us. What we could do is actually get real game devs to come over here and help build new cool stuff on top of this entire archetype that's being formed for Pulse Chain. That is leagues expandable and better for everything as a whole, for other creators or other founders of tokens to then build on top of this as a whole. It gives you so much more use case than just playing the game or holding the token or what you're creating across the board in that entire ecosystem. It's beyond sticky. And so, that's why I'm treating this not just as a business, but as an opportunity that rarely comes around. Just like the first Bitcoin was EverQuest gold mining. Remember back in the 90s, those people that didn't have access to dollars were playing this game and getting paid in real dollars for gold mining or gold harvesting. And, the mole brought it up that there may be someone here that had a hierarchy of a particular MMO family that cock-blocked a bunch of people out. There is multiple ways for this to keep expanding on top of that, where that doesn't happen. And the family that cock-blocked a bunch of people out. You got to mute. I always have the same problem. It's like when I start to stream, where's the browser? Oh, you got to mute out on Doc.
I have a speaker connected through an aux to the muted TV Bluetooth signal.
I have the same problem.
My bad.
No,
I apologize.
You're good, my friend. You're good, my friend. I always have the problem that I'm on two computers. So when I switch over to do a stream, maybe I've got the stream preloaded in another computer, and I'm just like, fuck, I'm just going to turn off this computer right now. Bang, power off. All right, that solves it. But what's going on, David?
Love and light, y'all. I was actually just on another stream with Crypto Wonder. Saw that he had a link up because I was posting some stuff in the comments, and I don't always translate the best in the comments. I mean, I leave it there for, who would take it or leave it. Some people appreciate it, others don't, and that's fine. But I saw that he had a link, and it ended up being perfect timing. I popped on stream, and we were chatting a bit, and I was actually talking about, specifically, I let him know that I had a hard stop because I had already told you that I would be here for backup or support when this started. But I was already in that conversation. I was talking about the innovation that's here in this ecosystem. You sent me a text a couple of weeks ago, high attention alert, and I got 1,000,001 things going on. I got multiple multi-million-dollar lawsuits, baby mama doing the whole thing with 4 kiddos involved. That's the only reason that matters to me. These puppers to take care of, it's good stuff, but I got enough stuff on my plate. But I respect you enough that you, if you ask for something that I value, time, energy, attention, if you solicit it towards something, I'm going to go look at it. So I looked at it. I saw very quickly many reasons why you were correct in your solicitation of it being a high attention, alert thing, project, ecosystem, so many layers that I am confident most people, all people, I'm gonna say all people, even the developer himself is not yet fully aware of all of the components yet and how much this is going to overlay, just because there's so much out there. There's so much to come. This is going to be exponential. The marketplace that just launched. Here's a let's do story time real quick. I'm a fucking wordsmith, if nothing else. So there's another wordsmith out there that's proposed, you know, a narrative along the lines of Bitcoin, first innovation step phase that comes along for blockchain, get eyeballs on it. Ethereum contracts, kind of the next step up as far as interoperability, etc. And then Uniswap, the DEX algorithms, bringing that back to the forefront. Now, Larry, you've made the argument that the World of Warcraft auction house is in fact the first DEX. So even though Richie Hart has said that, you know, it brought it, some people might say or argue that Uniswap brought the DEX technology into existence, and it definitely did if you're talking about the current iterations, blockchain, etc. I'm leaving room for, you know, there are other iterations there by saying brought it to the forefront. So that being the next step up, which, by the way, Hex was pivotal in helping bring to the forefront. We've all been here since that pandemic era through the sacrifices, the kind of dilution of the DEX technology into different ecosystems and iterations out there. This marketplace that was just launched, as a personal world expert on DEXs, since they've only existed for the past 4 years, but I technically failed high school, got to an Ivy League anyways, but due to absences, because I was more interested in playing the World of Warcraft auction house, this marketplace that was just launched is the next iteration of DEXs, because what it does is it is a real DEX with a game wrapper, and there's so many different ramifications for that I'm going to pause for a second and let other people jump in and pull some of the shit out of what I probably just said. And I'm going to watch my language a little bit more too as well. I apologize.
No worries, David. And, just for anyone know, David deals with a lot of real estate type stuff. And I mentioned the opportunity for things like Second Life and in-game advert, in-game use cases of socketed tiles, all the rest of that. If you look 2, 3, 4 years into the future on where this type of system can go, whether it's in Mafia or something else, it is setting the gold standard or the platinum standard on where we need to be thinking about how this actually works together and what you can do with it. I don't know if Archie or Kratos are still there. Archie's probably walking up a storm on the treadmill.
How many Ks you got in, Archie, so far?
Oh, I'm up to about 13,000 steps now. So
there you go.
Yeah,
there you
nice.
That's
yeah,
not bad.
sorry. Yeah, I had to step away for a second.
Yeah, like the opportunity that we have literally like here in front of us at this time, like you say, it doesn't exist anywhere else at the moment.
No,
we have a new chain. We have the community. I mean, we all keep coming back to community, right? We all do, because I haven't seen it anywhere else. Like, we have people like, even now, like, thanks very much, Muda. This is the first time we've ever been literally talking, been communicating, been anything.
Right.
It's just one of these things. We have so many different avenues that we can use to try and get where we need to get. Right. Look, we've got Kratos on here who has his own 4,000 people, 4,000 member community behind him.
Right. And on a different chain in a completely different ecosystem.
Yes.
And you know what? That's goddamn beautiful. That is how we start taking over for a DeFi for all mentality, rather than silly little maximalism and silly little tribalism. That's silly little Karen fights, instead of looking at the greater whole of how do we all build into that type of ecosystem is together, right? You don't win a war, which is really the issue, the war of inflation, the war of multinational corporations, the war of the little guy being left out in opportunities and value, by trying to do it all yourself or by ostracizing other fighters in the same journey. And that is not how we actually get through this together for all, because the big players in the real world don't care about the little guy and giving the little guy the opportunity. Like the Gray said, come earn and play. What is the risk for value? Man, there's a risk that you can be hit by a bus every day that you go outside, or any other variability, which may or may not be a probability, but it is there. But what is 100% agreeable is that if you do not show up and you do not try, you will get zero out of it. And this is a very fascinating opportunity. to give someone something, because realistically, look at the mobile game and shit. What is the number? How much money do mobile games make a year? I mean, hundreds of billions of dollars. What we got? It's not good. Eddie Garchi's probably not at his box to do his Beaker data science magic. But I mean, we're in the hundreds of billions for something that isn't as complex as a AAA game, right? And a AAA game gets vastly more complex, especially when you look at open world type games. I mean, when I worked at ZeniMax, we had 7 attorneys on retainer just to handle divorces. It's not a pleasant life, but it does have a high reach of eyeballs if done correctly. And we do have that opportunity with not just a simple, scalable, and actually executable option, but we can get a whole bunch of eyeballs that people that like the mobile market, the Candy Crush market, that like the gambling infrastructure of speculation, because that's what gambling is. You're speculating, right, on different things, different opportunities, different arbitrage on the pulls of a dice, or the rolls of a dice, or the pulls of a handle, right? All of that is gamification and speculation with a profit-based motive, just like buying luxury goods or collectible goods. They all work in the same view frustrum of how you're looking to work together. And we could eventually build on, well, we will eventually build on all the top of that. And that is probably the most longevity and exciting part of that journey. But when we do, the floodgate, I think, will be opened on many other opportunities. And more importantly, it sets the example of how we can do more than just fork a bunch of code or fork an idea and rubber duck a new logo on top of it and call it done. That's not necessarily done. It's rehashing something that may or may not work. Now, innovating into the future takes a lot of risk, time, effort, opportunity, but it also inspires others to do like and of the same. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. We just need to get those people.
Yeah, $92 billion in revenue from mobile, just guesstimated, strike of a pen last year. Billion. That's not market cap. That's not fake internet money. It's real money. And so just a fraction of that would be more than Sack Daddy money, bringing, all of his money over from, the sacrifice or all the rest of that. It's real world opportunity that we're getting to, because what if the game had a different opportunity for like a significant other mode, right? Or something else like GameFi is going to set the standard for SocialFi, right? So decentralized finance wrapped in a game, GameFi. SocialFi is where your character actually has yield, opportunity, prestige, exclusivity, instead of like this air quote influencer bracket of Instagram models or people on YouTube or all the rest of that. It's your in-game character that has that. But what happens when that in-game character creates in-game content that then goes and becomes a PewDiePie or all the rest of that type of stuff? That will happen. I assure you it's going to happen within the next several years.
And to give credit where credit's due, starting at the top, part of the elegance and beauty of what Jacob has done here, that I'm sure Larry can attest to much more in depth on personal experiential level, but Jacob has broken down the task of bringing a perfect product market fit, and I'll leave a pin in that for Larry to comment on later, to the blockchain with this, by bringing a game that people can actually be entertained and amused while they're earning. And as a side comment, before I let Larry put his own words out of his mouth on what play and earn and why that's perfect market fit, not product market fit.
Right.
There's a lot of casino talk and blockchain in general, and I'm only aware of Jacob's developments because of Larry's soliciting my attention for this project and my dive in since then. But in my cursory looking into, I'm aware that I was aware of BNB, some things in the background, but again, just not personally. I'm dealing with other things right now, but apparently there's a lot of personal casino talk in the ecosystem here as well. One of the best casino strategies that I've heard, as far as mental health wise can go, at least, is being willing to play with, going in and being willing to lose, play with what you're willing to lose. and taking winning completely out of the equation and being able to just have fun. Like if you only have fun with while your time that was spent there, would it still have been time well spent? If you are genuinely enjoying the company, the connection, whatever you're engaging in, whatever you're getting out of it, and then you have a budget for what that means to you, and then you go and spend that budget on that time, like, you know, that's one of the healthiest strategies or most sustainable strategies that you can have long-term in any casino environment. So with that in mind, the play and earn model that Jacob has had the cojones to bring a game to the blockchain. First of all, so Jake, starting at the top here, Godfather within the game, but then going even further outside into the metaverse or ethers if you want. You know, we're all here because this game exists both on Pulse Chain and Binance, and many of us specifically because it exists on Pulse Chain. And Pulse Chain exists because of the efforts that Richard Hart and his community sacrificed for back during, you know, the time that was the phase that blockchain development was at. That's, you know, it's a great war-torn story time, and there's been a lot of stuff that's happened since then. But where we're at now, the beauty, the abundance, the opportunity that's around us, Jacob's brought this into chunkable, workable models. And here's the best part. Here's my final thing is I'm proposing that this could be the next iteration to get eyeballs, you know, that we're looking for, that people are like, what's going to be the next Uniswap? What's going to be this could be the thing. I'm proposing it could be that. However, even if it isn't, worst case scenario, say there's a critical error made or not enough resources or attention pumped into it, whatever. Don't you think, you know, Larry just spent a lot of time looking for some numbers about money that's pumped into the gaming industry every year. Don't you guys, this is already proof of concept. It's on the blockchain. It's timestamped. This is innovative. You got a lot of people here from various walks of life and various data points telling you that it's important in whatever, you know, for whatever reasons or to them. The guys who have $10-20 million to dump into a project later. So again, whether this succeeds or fails, their research scientists are going to be aware of the proof of concept model that Jacob has built here. I can say that with high confidence, knowing what I know about being involved in many different expert fields and how people communicate and different things. The people who, whatever the GameFi is that comes to the blockchain, it will be fundamentally influenced by what happens here, which means that everything that we're doing, how we're engaging, how we're participating matters. We're literally, you know, bringing our time, energy, attention, money to the blockchain, to the community, to the Web 2 on these streams, to Web 3 and beyond, and the all of it in our interpersonal actions at the meetups. So this stuff is care is fundamental. Literally, it is the fundamental key to what creates what you experience, because what you care enough about to pay attention to, spend time on, and exchange energy with, or money, which is the universal thing that we use to exchange energy with. Bitcoin was the monetization of energy. Hex was the monetization of time. We got attention here, but protect your meat and protect your team, because what you spend your time, what you care enough to spend time on, pay attention to, exchange energy with, that literally creates the worlds that you experience within yourself, and then emanating without, reverberating back in, and input, output, processing again. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, what the Essentialists and I were talking about in the chat is that there are ways that we could wrap onto mobile, and there are ways that we can tap into a wide variety of networks of people that have particular influence and set of skills with handling these particular epochs or itomages that go in. And when you want to be a Valve, right? You know, at the end of the day, Valve. And energy drinks are half my blood. I swear to God.
Look at it, buddy. You'll appreciate it. Let me get the.
Nice.
It's a cherry limeade drink that they have on DoorDash as part of whatever. So I'm keeping the cans, of course, and the drink's not half bad. But a hero's potion of power from Dungeons and Dragons for anyone just listening.
That's right. It's a power up. It's a power up potion. But yeah, like if you look at like what Valve did as an economic whole, they don't have to ever release a game because they are the marketplace for everything. And anyone that's tried to create anything to compete with Steam, when you're dealing with, you know, Activision, Microsoft, all the rest of it, has epically failed. because of the standard that Valve actually brought to the table across the board for people to release their products, release and get eyeballs. And then there's the tax side of, what Apple charges or all the rest of that to release on their store, but not giving the reward or the yield back to the player in said regard. So there's so many other economic values and strategies that we can deploy as long as we're thinking within the right view frustrum and right game of lane that we're driving in. And I think that's the bigger opportunity of where this is right now, is that it is in the HOV lane. It is actually walking in the correct forward direction for where we want to be as holders of a token, players of a game, users of Pulse Chain, understanding what is going on rather than forking something that's already been done. And yeah, that's good. It's helpful. It's great to start on that process. But when we start to be unique in our deployment and use a risk-based mentality to do something that hasn't been done before, that's where we really start to inspire other people to do of like mind. And I think that's very important on where we're sitting as a whole. Yeah, David, if you want to talk or Archie talk, I'm going to do a quick smoke break. Up here.
Absolutely. I'll riff on the HOV lane metaphor that you gave me to work with, because that perfectly encapsulates the how much more resource efficient it is having a cooperative, competitive landscape where that's feasible, and then saving the other competitive field for where it's necessary, the pruning where it's necessary. But with that, bridging out to the Binance community, and shout out to Kratos here at the top. I didn't even know that you existed until today, which was because of this stream, because of my involvement in the Pulse Chain community, and it being one of the two chains where Jacob felt that this was feasible enough of a project to actually launch on and have traction to be successful. But popping into the stream earlier, I saw in the comments very early on people commenting on and then I saw your introduction as well. My only foray into the Binance community was with Elephant Money a little bit, and it sounds like you have something similar that may be going on there. And there's some people in the chat talking about Go degen protocols, Pulse Chain validator, iteration of that same kind of idea and technology. So again, there's a lot of cross-pollination and interesting thing happening. I'll be interested to look into to the projects that you've put together, because especially just from the support that the comments that your supporters made, initial, it seems like you've garnered a lot of respect and trust. That was my imprint, at least. Anyone else here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah.
Hey.
Actually,
hey,
what's up?
Actually, you were just saying regarding transactions, right? Thank you, Richard Hart. That was the framework for Mafia initially. At one stage, that was responsible for 10% of all the transactions on Pulse Chain, just by itself. So we can see now with Mafia the way it's coming already. I mean, Jacob's constantly having to upgrade the servers all the time. Like, this is just going to be a transaction monster, like an absolute monster.
So
huge.
And this is probably not a question for today, or especially even crowd given, but eventually, I'll just put this out there into the foray. So if and when it is needed, if there comes a point where the literal physical infrastructure, space for server rooms, etc., becomes an issue, that's the choke point for us, being able to do what we all want to do and have the playground that we want to have play here. I'm here for support, and I will. If I don't have the answers, I have ways of finding answers. So I'll do what I can to help. And so if there's, we run into server room issues, that kind of stuff. Again, just throwing it out there so that if and when the conversation needs to happen and it's helpful, it can be had. Because this is, I think, again, potentially bigger than many of us may anticipate. It's worth the gamble.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is absolutely something which is going to be phenomenal. I mean, it already is, even at this stage, the stage that we're at. But it is. It's one of those projects that really has legs.
Proof of concept, which is a huge successful milestone in and of itself, and had the wisdom and foresight to tap into the Pulse chain community as well as another community and all of the activity that will be garnered from the eventual cross-pollination whenever that does happen, because it's just a matter of time. It's not a matter of if, it's when. It's an inevitable. The things that sustain, you know, in the infinite, out of all the choices that could be made, things that are self-sustaining are going to tend to survive longer, to continue on themselves. So that's how life will continue to prosper, even in spite of our many silly errors along the way. So we're going to find our way. That's
sure. So let me jump into something that was just talked about. So let's just say, for example, Archie and I, as two of the heads of the families or all the rest of that, we take some of that pulse that we actually get, and then we get validators from that, and then take the pulse earned off of that validators and dump that back into buying Mafia. Possibly Gift Tech makes it deflationary. Possibly we build other things on top of that. Hell, let's take it one step further than that. Let's take a particular amount of that pulse and donate it to a nonprofit. So that now we get eyeballs into different view thrusters or ecosystems. You can even take GameFi to then take that to its next level, that we go and lobby in Congress. There is so many ways to fucking play chess. And that is where it gets really interesting and passionate about what we do as this ecology of an economy that we are building by doing the land rush to get in here now, actually kick ass and take names as players, as developers, as founders, as people of regard in our particular arenas, and then reach out to others. Just like DCentralist was talking about getting on with real Twitch streamers and talking about this kind of stuff, setting the groundwork to kick ass and take names. Because even Richard Hart said, if you want to help take over the world, you need to participate. And everyone can do that in their own minuscule or macro way. It happens on how we create that army that comes together to take over the real oppressors, which is going to be inflation, which is going to be self-sovereignty, which is going to be all the other idioms that's coming. But just even doing a validator to then get more pulse, to then even take that economic energy from that validator and move that over into B&B Mafia, to then load balance in between both different parts of the game. This is how we need to think ahead.
That's absolutely.
That was one of the
Pulse Mafia to Pulse Chain. Pulse Chain helps bridge Binance, and then between Binance and Pulse Chain and Gift Tech, we have multiple entry routes into Ethereum. I mean, this is the way, y'all. Just saying.
Yeah,
one of them at least.
Yeah, the wonderful thing about this game, really, and Kool-Aid, I think and Moondog and Cole, I think we've all touched on this to some degree, is that there are so many. Really, this is a game for everybody. It doesn't matter how much time you have, how much money you have. We have people in our family that really don't have money at all, right? But they have an interest, right? And they can participate, and they can shape their world and shape their participation in the way that they want, right? That is an incredible thing. Now, to kind of delve into what you guys are talking about, if you look at this game just in the context of the game itself, us versus them, right? That is a little bit myopic, right? I wouldn't even say a little bit myopic. That is myopic. And really, that's why we're all here today, right? It's not the syndicate versus everybody else, or the syndicate versus the gearheads, or this.
Wookie thinks it is.
Oh, you know, the thing is, we can have duels. If we really want to play that kind of game, we can have some duels that are outside, right? You know what I mean?
You can have some duels, and you can put those duels on post predict.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that's just a compliment to the storytelling. He fell for it, and that's why, you know, there's engagement. There's a lot of love here, y'all.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is too, playing those roles, right? Where, I mean, that has value in and of itself, and that's again what I'm touching on here, is that it's a game for everybody. So if you do want to take that perspective, that adds value to the ecosystem, right? But as you kind of zooming out a little bit, going into some of those broader things that Kool-Aid is talking about, that's how we steer the ship collectively, right? And that's how everybody can participate, no matter what your interest is, no matter what your pocketbook is. All of those things, they all add value to Mafia, to Jacob's ecosystem and to the larger Pulse chain ecosystem. I think that's incredible. And it adds just an incredible amount of value.
Yep, 100. And that's how you eat an elephant bite by bite. And that's what we're doing. Everyone on large of a whole, bringing their part, doing their part, and realizing that this is a larger battle than us. It's a larger battle than just our chain. It's a larger battle to give economic value and equality and a use case for everyone, especially if they're from an impoverished part of the world, or if they're from a different economic substrate that, even if they're falling on hard times. Everyone has a point in their life where they've fallen on hard times, and we can help globally.
Absolutely.
And apparently I just got to let the Wookiee win. No, sorry. Not let the Wookiee win. Because you either have a Wook that hasn't showered in a while, or you have a Wookiee that's like Chewie, and you got to chew up that Chewie.
Wookiee's ready to throw down. He's a savage.
I saw.
He's one of our wild dogs.
Yeah, that's all right. Just be leery about game dev and the game dev. So I have a particular set of skills, if you quote Liam Nielsen. So I will find you. But that's the whole thing is if you're running a sister company, are you really competition as in going out for blood, or are you aligned in how to move an industry together? I assure you, game devs don't look at other game devs as competition. We're allies, and we're allies to make sure that we are there for each other when shit hits the fan. And that's really where in real game dev, the rubber meets the road, is who you know to help give you that referral into a company, who you know when everyone lays you off, because they don't care about us. We're meat for the grinder. People fail up in game dev, and people tend to technically fail up in crypto as well, because they either bought and got lucky, or they rug, or maybe something actually works. But it doesn't mean that it necessarily was good. Remember, Hex succeeded because of a perfect storm of COVID. If there wasn't COVID, no one would have learned how to use a webcam. No one had a need to reach out to a community, to talk to people, to have engagement. That was a perfect storm of opportunity. We're seeing a perfect storm on many other levels now with the advent of AI, with how crypto legislation is being happened, and all the rest of those perfect things allow for an avalanche to be created in the user's benefit, not CEOs or random billionaire founders or creators or all the rest of that nonsense. The world is evolving in between the difference between a fax machine maximalist, a carrier pigeon maximalist, and someone that has high range internet, right? The world will change and move on based on users and their participation. Vote with your time. Remember, knowledge is the most expensive token in the world. Wisdom is how you spend it, and time is the one thing you don't get back. And so that's why using your time and your wisdom correctly, is the most important thing. And that's why we, as people from the original Hex tribe, have the experience of going through the tops to bottoms, showing up, still trying to build, still trying to kick ass and take names, because we realize what happens if you do not and you ignore it. I mean, you can only get lucky to be like, the God whale and buy a shit ton of Ethereum and just, forget about it for 7 or 8 years. God knows if he forgot about it, how much he was active or not, but he was at the right place at the right time to correct the right amount of reserves and rewards, and then appropriately not abuse it, not accidentally fuck up, not get rugged, to just stick it somewhere. And this is an opportunity like that, but it is more engaging than just needing a button to press. And I think that's inherently a problem of all of crypto, is people have to be doing something. Oh my God. Because that they need to be doing something inherently to be entertained, right? So give them the entertainment. And then from there, they're already taken up by what they need on how they use things, right? So that is such an important mechanic outside of just the mechanics of the game, is getting somewhere where people can actually go to break bread, to build team meetings. I mean, why do you think things like escape rooms are a company output for people, right? I mean, you usually don't, you can go there randomly, meet random people in the lobby and go join an escape room. And you've got that 15, 20 minutes of bonding that you get to meet with them. You'll probably take down their number after that. But that is real team building in real use case, in real time, that you're allowing to mature and get paid. Like, that is the whole difference, is that you get all of that and your sucker is actually rewarded. I talked about it with you the other morning in the early stream. DB Cooper, that guy that robbed that bank, hopped on a plane, jumped off somewhere in the PNW and escaped, is on the FBI wanted blah, blah, blah list. But his character escaped, right? He escaped. But they had all that money. And now that's a story in and of itself. Just like Jesse James, or if you want to go into Marvel, Captain America or Wolverine or all the rest of these are characters that have a particular prowess to them. And how does that character like Robin Hood give back? Like Archie's saying, we have people that they don't come from a lot of money. They don't have a lot of money. And they're looking at, how can I come and do things, boots on the ground and earn? I saw Archie, you unmuted. Please go ahead, sir.
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
No. I could talk forever, and I'm going to take another smoke break here in a minute. So you guys definitely jump it up.
Yeah, well, all I was going to say was, oh, sorry, just 1 second. I got to step away for just a quick second.
That's right. The beaker needs to check his data scientist to make sure that they are interning correctly.
I noticed you said when and not if the shit hits the fan.
It will. It's inevitable. Like,
that's important detail for those who haven't experienced it yet to be aware of. Because the community here is an implicit value in itself, just knowing that fact and understanding it and integrating it appropriately. Which, shout out to Tintop, who showed up here, and I think he was in the audience on the last stream I was on, where I offered a definition for a useful definition for the word wisdom, because it's one of those words we throw around, and it's like, it would be good to be wise. We're all trying to be wise guys here, puns intended. But
that's good.
What does that mean? How do you get wise? What is wisdom? Well, as an Asperger's word nerd, I'll propose this, do what you want with it. Wisdom technically could be, defined as integrated experience. So now you have component parts. You have experience. That's not enough. It has to go through a process of integration, which then meets certain standards to make it wisdom. So if you want to gain wisdom or become wise, there's a roadmap that's a little bit more potentially useful in following. Experience, integrating it, wisdom, versus like, oh yeah, I'm going to be a wise guy. Well, what does that even mean? So just throwing that out there. But
and experience itself is how you level up a character in a game inherently of itself. I'm going to grab a smoke break so you guys
gain it. Good stuff. And Colt, for all the stuff you've been putting out, taking the lead on, sounding the horn, sounding the alarm, take the streams, and then bite-size them down and do the chunks and all that good stuff. Hopefully we give you a lot of content today to
exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm just look, I love the game. I love Jacob projects, really. I like the way that Jacob thinks. He likes to bring stuff to the table that doesn't exist, and he likes to build things which are, real DeFi, true DeFi, what we're all here for. We're all here because, like exactly what we're saying, we're all here because we, fuck that rat race. I'm out. I'm out. And I have to say, I consider myself extremely lucky that I've found this community. I'm extremely lucky that I found Kratos community as well. A few years ago. It's at the end of the day, it's each one teach one. We're all here for the same reason, right? We're all here for the same reason, and we can really do it together. And Jacob just keeps giving us opportunities to help, to help us get it out there. I mean, I think when this game launches, and when even validators, okay, even people that are validators, when David Feder, when he really sits down and looks at this and says, how many fucking transactions are these guys doing? Like, it's huge for the chain in general. It's absolutely huge. I know this. Somi put up a video yesterday And he was just doing like the daily charts, and guess who was the top earner of the day? Mafia. And it kind of forced him to mention us, right?
Yeah, that was awesome.
We can't be denied. We refuse to be denied, and the proof is in the pudding. And green candles are just it's our way just to get it out there. People can't ignore us for too long. It flabbergasts me when I think about how big this game is.
The incredible thing about this too, and Cole, I know you've been in Jacob's ecosystem from the very beginning, right? Starting with BNB Pot, we both have. A lot of people in the show here right now have been, right, going back into that, going into transitioning into DYOR, and how, man, that was so incredible. It was unbelievable last summer, right, when that took off. And just in a matter, so version 1, version 2, and V3 launched, and it was, everything caught fire, and how incredibly fun that was. The money that was flying around, everybody that was involved in that was winning, right? And then we had TYCZ that was supposed to come out, the adoption lobby, and the excitement that was around that. And then, we all know what happened, and how everything kind of went down leading us up to this point. But just drawing a comparison between then and now, this to me is so much more exciting. I am so happy that TYOR and TYCZ were brought together under one umbrella, which is what this is. And it's so much bigger than what I had anticipated even, right? I think any of us. And the key aspect that makes this unique is the togetherness of it, the shared experience. We talk about the storytelling and all of those things, but none of that would have really any meaning if we weren't sharing it together, right? Just building the syndicate, in the last, it's not even been 2 months now, I think, something like that. Just the exchanges between the different members of our family and how fun that's been. The fact that, I'll be honest with you, I mentioned this before, that I treat this like a second full-time job, and I really don't have the time to do this, but I make the time because of that shared experience, right? I don't want to let my family members down. I want to make sure that they're getting what they need. It's really important to me that everybody gets paid and everybody has a really good experience out of this, right? And that would not happen without the social aspect, right? Without those family mechanics, and really the interfamily mechanics too, right? Just talking to you guys, talking to, gearheads, the OGs, all of that stuff. That's super fun, and has been incredibly valuable to me.
Yeah, you just said it there, right? This is almost like a guilty pleasure, because you feel like it's like, am I actually spending my time correctly? Because I'm literally like playing a game, on the internet. But at the same time, yes, it can be considered a full-time job. It can. Right. I guarantee you, when the game comes out and everything is rolling along, we will have people that literally are spending their time just playing this game, and they're going to be probably realistically, they're going to be earning some really good money from it too.
Sure.
Yeah. So in that sense, it's not a frivolous pursuit, right? You're actually doing something, you're deploying your time in a way that you're getting value back, you're being entertained, you're engaging with people and building real relationships, right? Even though those relationships might not be in person necessarily, in some cases they will be, but that in no way diminishes them, right? Just by the fact that they're virtual in nature. And you're making money, and you have all sorts of different avenues to do that, right? It's such an incredible opportunity for everybody involved, right? No matter what time you have, no matter how much money you have, it's awesome.
Right. And Archie, behind the scenes, I've been helping out since day damn one, teaching everyone to level up their propaganda, right? Getting everyone to let's put the spit polish on this, like unilaterally as a whole. Even coming down to my little painted image right here, right? Because I gotta paint up some stuff that's not fucking AI, right? Hand painted, 7 hours. I've been working on other stuff, but man, that takes bloody time, especially do it right. Now, props to all the people using the AI to do it. We've got a bunch of people in our family that are doing it, hands goddamn down. I just have a particular, use case that I know how to do this stuff traditionally. Like my background here took 200 hours to make. A lot of work. But you know what? That's my gift that I'm going to try to put that spit polish in across the unilateral board so all of us come up together and make it more of a full-time, not just business, but something that's bloody fun to do together. And that, I think, is the more important part, is doing things together. That's how you make a phalanx, shield to spear, shield to spear. That's why we're Spartans in this particular arena rather than just speculators in this particular arena. And that's why we will move to a longevity solution, because the people that don't understand, that don't participate, then everyone has their own part. I know the Kiwis there. What's going on, Hex Token? I love watching his stuff. Have for years. So why would there be anything but love to try to build all of us together in our own particular arenas and how we want to participate? The most important thing is about understanding. And it's a silly thing, because actually taking the time to learn costs $0. It costs time. And time is the one thing you can't get back. So utilize that correctly. Find people that can fast track you on those different things. And if you don't have those people, reach out to me. I will try to do the damnedest I can to help across the board, because it's more than just a labor of love. It's damn important to me personally that we bring the value and the gamification and the use case to many, many, many other people. It's like the value of new kids, like young kids. They're not going to a library. They're not going to use the Dewey Decimal System, but they are going to engage on a tablet. They are going to have some kind of more connected user experience, where we all used to go to malls to have that back in the day, or something of that nature, to actually go play kick the can. That doesn't exist now. And this exists. And this is going to be the ideal centerfold of where we take that into the future to help pull the future together for all of us.
Yeah, and really everybody has an opportunity to add value in individual ways, right? Kool-Aid, obviously, I mean, you've got a skill set, and I mean that has asymmetric value, right? But everybody can add something to this, apart from just how you choose to play the game, right? We've talked about those avenues exhaustively, I think, but if you're good at writing X posts, if you're good at streaming, right? Shout out to Superman, best consigliere in the game. Maybe I'm biased, but I'm just spitting out facts there too, and all the syndicate members.
All right, Sustikit. All right, Sustikit.
But yeah, I mean, just there's a huge amount of opportunity, no matter what your skill set is, right, to really add value apart from just how you choose to play the game.
Yep. As a forefather with 3 boys and a baby girl, I obviously already have high incentive beyond my own inclinations to see gaming on blockchain and finance technology evolved in a way that I want my son, in a world that I want my sons are going to already exist. So I would love to see the world continue to develop in a way that the world is going on a path that I want them to exist in, which means that they can play games and engage in meaningful activity while they're doing it. They're doing play and earn, perfect market fit versus just product market fit, because the product is just a means for you being able to be facilitated to spend your time, energy, effort, life force in a way that you find valuable and useful in and of itself. A Snapple fact from a word nerd, and then I'll let someone else chime in, is that fine art actually comes from the term fine, meaning unto itself, meaning it was in value in and of itself. It was a means unto itself. It didn't need external justification. So this is, in many ways, a fine art project, and one that I am excited about, to say the least.
Sure. And you can even take fine art as like the ultimate Medici way. They were the ones that formed the banking system to use and wash money. Now, we haven't had a use case for the gamification of the casino of crypto till now. I mean, there's several other, GameFi products that are out there, but it's a fledgling ecosystem, very, very fledgling. And in real game dev, like almost every studio I have worked for is either shut down or the product got canceled. That sucks dick. That's a really hard kick for 20 years of around the clock days to try to do something. But the difference is that when you have that type of experience with understanding that, that means that you're just continuing to get to work to bring the next product into fruition for the greater good of all and the experience of all the other failed things before. You know, you really don't make a mistake if you learn from it. And so that's the same mythos that we're trying to put forth, both on Pulse Chain, both on DeFi for All, both on where we live, work, and breathe. Like I was saying, like we could modulate something that house yield when it gets to that crazy level goes to nonprofits. How much eyeballs would we get at that point? Or any other different deviation of that? Because yes, everyone wants to be a little greedy, but when you build something where everyone gets opportunity, there's no need for the greed because everyone can come up together as an entire lion's share of a whole.
I have a question for the panel. You said the word mythos, which how many people here have seen the TV show or snippets of it, Mythic Quest?
I'm not.
Oh my God. Okay. Well,
I've seen it.
Here we go. Don, will you do me the honor of, so I can watch Larry be introduced to what Mythic Quest is? Because he's going to love it just in and of itself. And then I'll comment however it comes up.
It's been a while since I've seen it. I think I only watched the first season, but it's game dev. It's game.
Exactly.
Game dev, man. Apple TV, right?
Oh, you know, they would know if they had robot ears, right? You know, everyone thinks that grandma's boy is our life. But Mythic Quest, no, I will tune into that tonight.
Yeah, it's a good one.
It's game dev with heart. So it's storytelling through the lens of game dev. They don't, they're not necessarily telling the story of game dev. They're using it as a platform to tell the human story, and the storytellers behind it are the same ones behind, you know, Always with Sunny with a Chance and other things. It's high art in my opinion.
Sure. There's a game that was called Stanley's Parable that did that. And Stanley's Parable is how to understand the forking of an experience from a game dev's point of view, making fun of game devs. And it's a brilliantly done product because what you do is, do you follow the narrator or do you not follow the narrator? Are you a rebel or are you not a rebel? And how does that choose your own adventure story work? And that's actually what's bloody fascinating is that we all, and all of us are in our 40s-ish, but like we remember those books, those weird things called books, that had a choose your own adventure story. Like turn to page 79 and now you have a dragon. What do? These things now have the interoperability to be done as an actual game and an actual experience that you take pride in, right? I mean, I've used the example, I've got a signed Pip-Boy by Todd Howard. Could I sell that for $1 million? Yeah, but like, why? It's mine. Like, I happen to be in a particular part of the world at a particular time in a particular hour of the day that I got the opportunity for Todd to be in my fucking pod when I walked into work and be like, it's fucking Todd Howard. Hold on, let me go take 8 shots of espresso, slap myself in the face, splash some water on because I'm hungover from last night. He's like, yo, Todd, you want to sign my Pip-Boy? You don't get those experiences very often. There's only a few people that I've ever played Prey. Funny enough, like Jiang, the one that does HSI Watch, it's his favorite game. And like I gotta send him some, you know, signed merch that I have from my time at that studio that no one else ever will have because that studio is now gone. It is shuttered. It is into the ether, just like everything else. So those collectible items are not just collectibles, but they're part of my blood and DNA. And we have that time and experience and utility to create those here and now, and have that also give you the succor of reward, the succor of being paid, the succor of having something to do without worrying so much about, you know, the price of a chart. Because technically this game is, like I said, interactive staking, but it's also an interactive validator to get you pulse, right? And so not only do you have the Mafia token itself, but you get the in-game rewards, in-game assets, in-game experiences, in-game connections, team building. All of these use cases are very important. And apparently our Beaker is back. Welcome back, Beaker.
Hey, thanks.
If you only ever had time for one episode, each season has one episode about in the middle where it's a breakaway set, completely different cast of characters. One of them, it's, you know, the characters when they're younger, but it's a different cast and they do a different story. So season 1's episode 5, Dark Quiet Death, is their breakaway story that could be an award-winning short film in and of itself. That episode, if you only had time for one, it has a lot of heart, narrative, and the ideas that they take longer to develop in seasons later. So for what that's worth.
Sure. Yeah. Well, anything. I'm always trying to crunch knowledge and all the rest of it, but I do love a fucking goddamn good story.
It's great. It's great.
Yeah. No. It's
high
now
praise.
On. And it's Grace's anatomy. So
it's the only reason that I temporarily had Apple Plus for a while. So.
Well, I mean, I can summon things from the internet into my hands.
Yeah.
Game
I have a business partner who also, we have a server and it's on the server, I'm sure anyways, but I subscribed and watched it before he even had time to get to that. So yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, it's great.
Well, I mean, that's
for everybody in general, well recommended across the board, because it's also a multi-audience, multi-taste, reaches across, you know, many spectrums buffet where people can go there and get different things of it based off of their own life experience, but things that are valuable to them, which is the game that we're all playing. We're here to share and care. Sharing is caring. What we care about literally creates the worlds that we experience. And we're trying to create better worlds so that we can, you know, we're all trying to figure out how to play the, I say love and light a lot. You know, that's what I'm going to spread.
I do as well.
And we're trying to figure out how to love, but we get hurt. So we are trying to figure out where the boundaries need to be for us to love as best as we can while we're here. That's the meta game. You know, my 10 cents, my 2 cents are free. A new sense, who sent you sent for me. Now this looks like a job for me. So everybody just follow me. Anyways.
Oh! Yeah, let's go.
It's here for the flow and to play the game in a way that ideally is more, you know, in a way, the same thing if you're playing a fucking MMO, what's the goal? Enjoy yourself and don't be an asshole. That's what we're here to do.
That's how you win at South Park's World of Warcraft. Kill more boar. Yeah, no, it's important because, like, as a storyteller, the real aspect is not telling my story, but giving someone the art to tell their story. That's really what it is, right? Because that's where.
And this is a beautiful canvas for that.
Right. Yeah. And, you know, I don't like playing PvP games because I sit and I look at the wall all day long to be like, how'd they build that? Not the but I mean, also when I was a truck driver, I mean, I rode out Katrina in a semi truck, all sorts of other shit, but I was playing cellular internet and EverQuest 2. I was the worst Link Dead healer in the goddamn game. But that inspired me to take that leap of journey to be where, you know, I have that particular set of skills or that experience or that knowledge to help teach others. Like, you know, someone was saying earlier, each one teaches one and the world burns bright. It's a very important statement that all of us can do together. And the Wookiee definitely needs to meet my chainsaw one of these days. I'll love to work. I do love the shit talking, though. I like the camaraderie that it builds rather than the Karen complaining on Twitter. That is not bindable as a currency. Whereas this type of playful fun is what you would do with your bros, or you would do with significant others, or you would do in between a sports team, right? Do you think that two different sports teams hate each other because of the sport? No, it's competitive camaraderie, right? At the end of the day, everyone's going to go get drinks together and celebrate the fact that they got to do something, they got to experience something, got to create something for other people's value, right? And that is how you build not just a village, but an economy. It's so important to think about as a whole. It's sauvage. It's French. Pinkies up. Sauvage.
Archie, we never had a chance to talk about it, but we discussed it. I discussed it with Kool-Aid the last time we were streaming. on the wiki, we were talking about these honor points or honor tokens or whatever you want to call them. How do you envision that they're going to be working?
I'll be honest with you. I have no idea. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Come on, Beaker. You can't grind that. You can't grind that. You can't
Go
grind
easy on him, Kool-Aid. But it is a good thing to ideate upon, think about, when you have a little bit of time, if you want, being a part of it and considering, because, we've talked a lot about like how the community and what's a universal community currency. Respect. So I imagine that honor points will somehow be a translation of respect in a way of how, it's not necessarily these other things that we're tokenizing, but it's a value that this person gave, some type of value that I find honorable. So that's just a spitball, rough draft, shitty first
so
draft
it could be
to work off of.
Yeah. So it could be like the next evolution of the tip bot, Archie.
Yeah, now you're thinking.
All right.
Or it could be both. It could be both.
Or it could be both, yeah.
Let's just say that I happen to run a... What was that?
Why not both?
Well, no, what
Yeah.
I'm saying,
It's a meme, the GIF. I'm bringing the GIFs into it since he's not here.
It's
To
right.
embody the
It's-
GIF
it
for
might-
tech.
That's
We
right.
all know
For
memes
everyone
in the
else.
GIF of why not both?
That's right. Because there is now only called GIF because there is only one GIF. But if you think about honor points, it could be notoriety. It could be passage of value. It could be trade route allegiance. That means that for Archie's stipulation of playing rogue and running a smuggling ring in between Caracas, Palermo, and Jersey. Well, if let's just say we run a family in South America and we have a trade route there, say someone else has a family in another city, we both as heads of house could give a rogue player an honor point. So that way, a passage of value and crimes, opportunity, going around witnesses. If some witnesses are bought off due to another family member's economic prosperity in that area, or Robin Hooding up that environment, that they respect him. So the honor points can be not just a tip bot for economic value, but a passage that extends outside of an allegiance. That's an easy way to look at it.
Yeah, that's interesting. Actually, I'll be honest with you. The way that I had thought about them previously was that after you complete successful missions, you might get honor points for doing that, right? So if you, maybe I would look at it like a reputation system potentially, where if you break an allegiance, potentially, maybe you get penalized in that way. What kind of benefits do you think will come from honor points apart from just value transfer? If that does become a thing, but what kind of, I would see one thing as being, again, the way that player worth is being calculated right now, I would see that massively changing once the game launches. And I think that honor would be a central component of that. Potentially an index of a lot of different inputs. That's the way I would see it. If you're a successful smuggler, your honor would go up. What sort of benefits do you guys see that would emerge from having a high honor? Would it be like modifiers potentially in the game?
100. I think it could be many. And here's the thing: is it doesn't have to be there now. It could be expanded to that. This is where Archie and I have a similar mindset as we understand what tech trees do. And like when I was explaining gift tech to him and all the rest of that, I explained it that if you took all the oil away from everyone's city, then you are the only person that can move into the industrial age, which means you're the only person that can move into the nuclear age. Him and I both understand that analogy very, very well. Because of our experience playing a particular game, which helps you glean the information of other games. So yes, if we look at the user stat page, it gives cooldowns, rank progressions in holdings, statistics. Your statistics will probably have a particular amount of honor points. Then if we want to just classify it into a tabletop game, because it's just fucking easier that way, different stats, whether that's intelligence, wisdom, charisma, dexterity, strength, all the rest of those things, those could be pulled into particular specialties, whether that's smuggling, hit collection, because technically there could be hits that are PvE based hits, just like in most games. You have a fetch quest, right? I go here, I pick up something here, I bring it back. You have a follow quest.
Kilton Boars.
Right? Yeah. There are only a couple different hierarchies where things start from, and those could be expanded upon in the game. It doesn't have to be on game launch or game one. We're talking about globally, how does a game work? And I think with Jacob's view thruster on what he is looking at, he can see all those different components. That's why he started to thank you, Richard Harting. I never got a chance to, I mean, hell, I didn't even know it was a PvP type thing because I'm too busy. I wish I would have seen it because I would have had an even more rich experience of taking a look at what is going on under the hood from someone on the other end of the rope that's not in responsibility mode like Jacob is. But yes, I can see those honor points also from different aspects of different families being combined into a statistical model that eventually will be able to be mined from the data from the blockchain. And that's why those storytelling moments for what we're going to do with Gearheads Productions and all the rest of that extension on what we want to try to build will be important, because those statistics are going to be forever immutable on the block and what you did. Those character one death, which I had highly advised we do not take that away. Like, there could be a secondary world or mode. I love the one death method, because then we can commodify those traits into a new economy in and of themselves, which again is user generated content, which is inherently the biggest part of what SocialFi will evolve into as that becomes a merit, right? You pass a Lamar billboard, did advertising work? Just did, but I didn't get paid. I didn't get notoriety. I didn't get prestige. That's the one thing you can't tell a billionaire no, because they don't like that. But if you have prestige, you are the one that control that honor, that prestige, that proclivity, because you earned it. You didn't buy it. And that's the difference between play to earn or pay to or win, and play and earn mentality. Yes, there is economic value that goes into particular aspects, but that's not how everything is diced up together.
It's definitely going to be another measurement for sure. So what its value will ultimately end up being, you know, Larry that gave us a little bit of a idea of some ideas that are in the Gitbook of buffs essentially, but to, you know, quote some perhaps infamous words at this point, the value ultimately the market will decide, and the market can't decide until it has something to decide upon. But we have potential buffs. And the other thing that we all have is soliciting from the community. What have y'all's experiences been with honor point systems in other games, whether they have been basically ineffectual to the actual gameplay or one that has been tied into having an impact, whether through buff systems or other things? Because there have been other honor systems that have rolled out. WoW, whenever it was vanilla, it definitely didn't have the hand guiding, stuff that it does now. But Final Fantasy 14 didn't either. Whenever it launched, I was, the version that I played doesn't even exist anymore because it was such a trash game they had to completely relaunch it. But apparently when I checked back in on it lately, they've got tutors and mentors that have, these kind of outside of the main current game currency economy systems. And then even within the games themselves, in World of Warcraft, they have the tribes whenever they introduce that. And that's a different, basically a side economy to the main economy, but it's another channel or capillary in which all of this stuff is going to flow. So what have y'all's experiences been just kind of more broadly with honor point systems, perhaps?
I can't actually comment on that because I'm not a gamer.
You will be.
Yeah, it's kind of
interesting. But it's coming, right? Yeah, so
it's kind of interesting to think about that the honor point transfer in the context of John Wick potentially, right? Where they have the high table would issue coinage and you could transfer those around for particular benefits.
Perks or passes. Yep. And so you have the ability to bow out should you ever need. Those could also be done with taking your character in timeout, if you will. Let's say you go on vacation or something like that. You could put your character not into retirement, but into
like a stasis.
The Club Med mode, right?
Right.
Your character's kicking their feet up right now and getting some due R&R. And those are different than the the hit house or whatever the fuck it is. Oh god, what the hell is it? It's going to the wiki. The safe house. Safe house is for direct deployment of needing to be safe during a critical moment, right? Or a crisis moment in time. And there could be times where I could see that cities will have crisis moments that aren't family related. Like I said, natural disasters. That's very interesting. Then what happens? What if other families come in to support, not ruin, like a FEMA type situation? There could be those type of ecologies, because just like it says in the wiki, a casino could be stolen. However, it would behoove them to give it back. Otherwise, there could be a much broader war, which is more costly than the use case of that business itself. Because now you're spending not just forever lives, forever stories, forever tokens, forever the bullets and or hearts, and what happens after that type of thing. Because that's multiple binding of economic energy together into a resolve that may or may not be favorable or may be expensive to get the reward that you're looking to achieve. All of those are digestible components on the alchemy on what you want to do with this type of thing.
Those PvP or those PvE aspects are really interesting. So natural disasters would be one possibility. Another would be, maybe there's an event where feds raid a particular city, right?
Not to be Capone and be Caponed, but yeah. That's where they buried the. What did they say? They buried him in the what Coliseum? Not Coliseum, but stadium, or whatever the fuck it is out there.
Oh,
was that Hoffa?
Yeah,
Jimmy Hoffa.
That's what it is. Hoffa. Yeah.
Riff off of Sith Master Hex comment that's up on screen there. I was talking about Mythic Quest a minute ago, which is great. My favorite TV show ever is Community. Dan Harmon is a master storyteller, which everybody is more aware of because of Rick and Morty. But Community, again, bringing that human element. And there's an interview where he breaks down his art basically to an Asperger's matter of math, breaking down, Joseph Campbell's storytelling to a matter of Asperger's matter of math. But in Community, there's one, if you guys are familiar with it or not, there's one episode that isn't available on the Netflixes or the Hulus. You have to have your own server or go on the YouTubes because it was censored out due to, someone playing Ken Jeong from Hangover fame is a character in Community. And they have a D&D episode where he plays a dark elf, a drow. So Ken Jeong is cosplaying a drow, and it's been censored from the general public awareness for silly reasons. But just another evidence of what we're doing here in blockchain and why it all matters. The fact that an idea that silly, that show, which is, it's a beautiful demonstration of actually anti-bullying and why caring about people is important, gets censored out of the general zeitgeist because people with silly ideas have access to buttons that, I don't know, maybe they shouldn't. So what can we do about it?
Right.
What's up? We got the black sheep in the house.
What up?
Yeah, what's up, guys? How you doing? Crypto Kool-Aid, we meet again.
Kool-Aid. What's up, fellas?
What is going on? How you guys doing?
Good, man.
Doing good. We're talking about the ins and outs of Pulse Mafia. It's the more we talk about it, the more it's starting to fucking blow my mind, to be honest. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
I'm gonna step away and smoke probably on the YouTubes on my phone, but definitely hop back in. Welcome Donnie, welcome Black Sheep, my dear friend. Just hop on in and see what you know. Archie can boilerplate some down for you. We can talk about like the scope and scale. If you're not familiar with it, we can get you caught up. If you want to go deep dive onto mechanics, ties, where we can see all the ratchets of the live wiki because early access, we can dive into that. But yeah, let's get you up to speed and tell people where they can find you and where you come from and all the rest of that good jazz. I'll be watching on the phone.
Cool.
Cool. So what do you know about Mafia so far then, Crypto Black Sheep?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know anything about it. No, I was just invited in here to to chat. This David guy, he looks familiar. Were you in Vegas?
I was sure. We shared a beautiful karaoke room together. You were running around.
Yes, yes. Okay.
I recognized you in Vegas for sure.
I'm like, dude, I know this guy. Okay.
So I knew you as a human being before I knew about Goat your stuff. I found out about that later.
Okay.
And yeah, I love it too because I told it was a stream I was on earlier with Crypto Wonder. The only foray, or maybe it was here, the only foray I did into Binance chain was Elephant Money, actually, fortuitously. Okay. And the facts of what you guys have going on there with Pulse chain validation, beautiful stuff, man. I love it.
Yeah, it's cool, man. Yeah,
Pulse Mafia though, this is good stuff.
We just fired up 2 more validators. David Feeder just turned them on the other day, so
nice.
Just chugging along. Yeah.
Yup.
Cool stuff.
That we do.
Dude, you're gonna love this play.
I already heard of Mafia. Sorry to get off topic. I haven't heard of Mafia.
No, you're good.
But what's it all about? What are you guys doing?
Hit it, Don. Hit it, Colt.
Archie, do you want to go on the recruitment drive?
Yeah. So Mafia,
and I'll be back in 2 minutes.
So okay, Mafia is incredible. I'll start there. So it's a PvP game. It's a GameFi crypto experience, right? Very rich ecosystem with a lot of things going on. So it's based around a couple of different tokens. So Mafia token, there will be a few others. There'll be a health token, a bullet token, but really what it is, it's a GameFi experience based around a Mafia theme. So there you can play as individuals, you can play as members of families, and the families go at it. You control different areas of the world. So right now, I think there are 11 cities. And the map update should be coming out in a couple of weeks, but effectively it's a fight to the death. And when you create a player, that player is bound to your account, and when that player is killed, you can potentially lose everything that you have in game. And there are ways to mitigate that, right? Not to scare people off, but yeah, you can potentially have everything stolen from you by getting killed in the game. Wow. Now killing somebody we know is not going to be an easy task, and it's going to be, there's a lot of intricacies to that, but you can smuggle in the game, you can commit different crimes. There's there's a very rich economy in the game, and that's already you can see that right now with the marketplace. It's one of the busiest marketplaces on Pulse Chain right now.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
there's so much shit going on Pulse Chain.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Is it like you actually walk around, or is it an idle game, or what? You say Mafia?
So
I'm thinking
a little bit before
Mafia Wars
comes in and
Mafia Wars on Facebook many years ago. Like I got hooked on that shit.
Like Drug Wars? No, you're good, bro.
Yeah. It was good times.
Yeah, similar to that.
I'll just check it out.
I'm gonna give my 2 cents is that it's in pre-alpha right now. And one of the beautiful things that Jacob has done with this is he's broken it down into bite-sized chunks to where he's able to roll out the developments in a responsible way. So to give you an anecdote, Larry can speak for himself when he's here. Crypto Kool-Aid, whenever Gifford asked him, hey, should we develop a game because of the obvious app question due to his background, part of Crypto's response or Kool-Aid's response is, that's a massive project. And it takes massive infrastructure to do it responsibly, to do it the right way. But he's so in the weeds doing all the stuff that he's doing right now. Jacob has put together a system that has caught Larry's attention to where Larry, as a professional game developer, is like, oh, shit, I didn't even know that this was possible yet. But seeing what he's done, or that something at this, I'll put it this way, that GameFi could be at this level of development and potential iteration of actually manifesting. We're already further ahead than what some people might be expecting. It's the thing about exponential growth that neither 0.001 becomes 0.002 becomes 0.04, and there's this long tail of deceptive growth until you hit the knee of the curve, and then it's 2, 4, 8, 16, and it goes exponential. It's a storytime Snapple fact. Digital photography was actually developed in a Kodak Films Laboratory, but it was laughed out of, you know, R&D, because why would you ever want 0.01 megapixels? And also because fundamentally, pun intended here, what was funding the Kodak company, they were not a photography company, they were a chemical company, you know, from all the development, and they didn't want to put themselves out of business. So what they did was they allowed the technology continue to grow outside of their domain until it disrupted them anyways. And we're at a point in the world where so many different factors are coming together, and any one of them would be disruptive in and of itself, but they're all coming together at the same time, to where we're basically faced with the choice of, you know, disrupt yourself or be disrupted. Like, that's one of the fundamental choices we have, is grow or die, is another way to put it. But Larry's back, and I picked up some.
Well, yeah, I can go into the crazy weeds on it, but you have carrier pigeon maximalism, fax machine maximalism, and then utility to understand that you evolve or die. Those payphones are not dead. Copper still is there. Copper is always on and live. It's just people are not plugging into it. So an easy way to talk about Mafia is it's interactive staking. It's interactive use case of earn and yield. Play and earn, not play to earn. That is a bad statement. Play and earn means you can play in many other ways, just like you can take a business loan and create your own company. Well, that has inherent risks or time management that you need to mitigate to actually use within that use case of what you are doing versus the risk and reward on top of it. So with Mafia, I've been talking about making a drug wars based game because I know it's not only a more simplistic type. So to answer your question, what type of game it is, it's more like a MUD. It's more like a user website based adventure. So there's no GPU rendering, there's no all the rest of that, but we've got Gearhead Studios where we're looking to build a cinematic arm of that entire studio and use case. But what it does have is a very multi-threaded ecology and economy that can be used, and not only used, but it's actually truncated under the token itself. Like the token Mafia itself is not inherent or indicative of the economy that's being built in the game itself, which you can play and earn, which means that if token price goes up and people dump it, it's not a reflection token, but that's the most easiest way people understand a tax-based use case. So there's a 4% tax.
It's a good foundation, but it's
100.
not the only game to be played.
100. So you can just hold the Mafia itself, and when you do sell it, there's a 16% tax. But that 16% tax actually funnels that pulse back into the ecology of the game. And as Archie, he does a fantastic job, by the way, explaining things, because I go thick into the weeds fast. And Archie's very good about the, high-level bird view of explaining things. And so, like we were talking earlier, a couple hours ago, by the way, Colt, congratulations on 3 hours now on stream. Boom. We have gotten over the 3-hour mark on the monster stream because I was pushing you to get past 2 the last 2 times we were on. And so if you take just the use case of someone dumping the token, well, that gives the opportunity for someone to buy up the token at a 4% cost and then restake that to earn yield in the game, give succor to or fealty to a family, or go rogue. Going rogue won't get you. God, I haven't even looked at the mechanic of staking as a rogue character because you don't have a family. I don't think you can. But regardless, you can build in-game ecology. So I don't know what games you played in your life, but let's just say Grand Theft Auto is a very easy example that we can attach onto. If you go do random encounters or crimes or smuggle or hustle, you're actually doing real in-game arbitrage. Colt, can you pull up the website and then show the DEX and show how the DEX actually shows a floor and ceiling of particular assets? Now, certain
I'm going to interject something that may be interesting right here too, about the DEX and about the tax tokenomics. Is he's probably going to bring up the market rules here in a bit, but I'll let them expand on it. Try to keep it short. There are 4 ways that you can buy in-game items: Pulse, PulseX, Inc., or Mafia. Those are not subject to the taxing that you would undergo if you were buying Mafia. So that's a way to actually funnel money into the game without that 4% buy tax. And then whenever you go to sell those in-game items, if you do it through the market, of course, there's going to be other ways to do it through the in-game ecology. But in the market, there are 2 ways that you can sell your items for currency, and that's either for Pulse or Mafia. Pulse takes a 20% fee, so you can get paid out in Pulse, but 20% fee is getting pumped back into the vault, whereas those who are getting paid out into Mafia, they're keeping that economic energy for themselves. So just a couple extra details thrown out there. I know there's a lot of stuff throwing spaghetti against the wall right now, but hey, some fun stuff to dive into for those that are interested and or curious.
And that's exactly right. So like a good game should be multi-threaded and complex from the developer's standpoint. A UX or a user experience should be fluid to engage the user experience. They don't have to know how it all works together. I'm not sure if your wallet is connected, Colt, so that way the website is having a little bit of hiccups. But even, oh, there we go. So we can see right here, go ahead and scroll down a little bit, Colt. We can see the in-game graph on assets that have been bought by users on this DEX. And yeah, go ahead and scroll down a little bit, Colt, so we can see the completed list and then see the...
oh, yeah, down the bottom, yeah, okay.
Yeah, just scroll your window down a little bit. We can see that people have been bidding on this type of ecosystem before this type of metric has been shown or been used. Actually, if you don't mind, can I drive real quick? Because I've got...
Yeah, you can. Just one second.
Thank you, good sir. Thank you, good sir. But yeah, what I find about this is fascinating is that it uses multiple different tiers of things that what I do in my day job to understand how things are actually built, used, marketed, created, and fundamentally understood as a lion's share of a whole. And I think that's very important to understand because it's not just DeFi, right? Which that's what we're used to in Pulse Chain or all the rest of that is DeFi. This is DeFi wrapped in a game, which means that you're wrapping someone's user experience into a protocol and a project. I'm not sure when you can bring me up. There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So we can see here the graph of this is we're just looking at grenades. But we can see when the graph came online not too long ago, maybe a week ago, but the active listings on what the price was versus what people paid throughout history. And we've never really seen this on a DEX aggregator or something of that nature, right? We see expired listings. So someone tried to list a grenade for $35, but now that we can see this interactive graph, they're like, oh, 2.8, that was a damn good deal in between the cross section of multiple different aspects on multiple different items on multiple different filters. And that is very, very, very interesting across the board because each of these components are actually different components that we can see in the actual wiki itself, which like Moondog was saying, Jacob has built a component-based cog system of a wheel to actually build something out together. Now, I give a lot of riddles and metaphors when I talk, but like one wheel is absolutely fucking useless and nothing. 2 wheels, you have a sled. 3 wheels, you're almost there. 4 wheels, you actually have all the utilities together. And so what they're binding is multiple different utilities into a system. And so you've got the
a beautiful UI, a freaking gorgeous interface. Like
yeah, it is. Yeah,
to punctuate.
Yeah, it's it's exceptionally well done. That's why, again, I like Moondog was saying, I use the term "make in game" in the same sentence as vomit. Like you do not know what you want to do, you do not know what your idea is going to cost, and you have no idea how many lives could be ruined by you fucking around with this shit. And so, like something that's actually componently used could scale into so much more, like a metaverse, like in-game advert, like all sorts of other things. And my goal is to make Pulse Chain the GameFi pinnacle for use cases like this. It also has the ability of not being GPU bound as in a regular game, as you would think. A text-based MUD or something like Dope Wars, Drug Wars, any type of sticky thing is more akin to a mobile-based environment. And I think Archie pulled up the stats earlier.
He was able to sidestep the limitations while still allowing the community to supplement it, should we choose, with that additional element through tandem and side resources. That's another thing that I want to throw out there as worth punctuating.
100.
That he took off the burden from the development team of being obligated to perform, because that's just table stakes, standards, expectations. And he put it into the creative hands of the community to where you can go create your own story, put it onto an IPFS. And, you know, if your character was murdered, okay, great. Make a story out of it, make it compelling, roll a new character, do something with it. You have options here of how you want to play and engage. So, all right,
Yeah,
sorry, keep going, bro.
No, 100. So I'll play another video. So this is something that Gif and I are screwing around with. Is this on Pinata? Where the fuck? No, it's not. I don't want to play the other one that we had. I'll see if I can find it here in a bit. But so yeah, we're even creating in-game cinematics that are adherent and wired to the actual game itself. And all of that is really interesting, but we'll come to the user-generated content later. So you've got Mafia as the main token. You have bullets that are used to literally kill people, health to come back, keys that are almost like a loot box, if you will. But technically, keys also create secure family locations. They create user interaction of doing movement and mechanics. They allow you to do other things. There are helper bots. And helper bots allow you to script particular amount of actions or turns, just like you would in, you know, just keep it Grand Theft Auto because it's easy to correlate. Your crimes that you're looking to do, whether that's smuggling and arbitraging into the 11 different game locations, whether that's robbing a hot dog stand, whether that is
hot dog guy.
That's right.
Robbing the kindergarten.
The word loot box. Loot box.
Right.
We haven't even touched the potential for PRC 404 technology. I know it's ERC, but we're on Pulse Chain here.
That's right.
I believe strongly that technology will be in more mass awareness for the first person or group of people to come together and realize the loot box mechanics of it. NFT fractionalized liquidity is great and fine and also useful to the stuff that we're doing here. But the ERC 404 is essentially a loot box mechanic for the blockchain. So that's a side tangent I'm just going to throw in as well.
GIF tech on aisle 3. GIF tech on aisle 3. Please bring the devs out and bring GIF tech on aisle 3. You have more work to do. Thank you.
That's exactly correct. And so all of those are inflections on what is the most important part of a story. And that is you being interjected into that story. Earlier, I gave the example of I signed Pip-Boy by Todd Howard, creator of Skyrim, Fallout, all the rest of that. You think I'm going to sell that for $1 million? I could. It's mine. I was there, happened to be there to get that. And that is where a user inflection on a story that also pays you yield in the game is interactive staking and all the rest. Hey, Johnny, thanks for coming up. Sorry we didn't get to talk to you. And he's gone. Yeah, this is so fascinating. So if we have helpers, what helpers do is they allow you to script your actual experience on how you're doing it and what those actions that you can get to make sure that you are procuring a particular engagement in game that gives you in-game assets that can be sold on the market store for real value.
And speaking of scripting actions, it's probably a good time to let Archie explain how this is also a game where you can, there's an economic element to it, but it's open to everybody in different ways because you can also you can trade your time for in-game value, or you can trade your money. So imagine, all the fathers and sons across the world that would have perhaps a better relationship by having a game that they could indulge in the guilty pleasure that we talked about earlier, because they're coming together and the son has more time on his hands to do the certain things. Dad doesn't have as much because he's busting his ass, but he can write a check to maybe catch up a little bit and still be involved in this thing that matters to his son, or vice versa. So Archie, you want to talk about actually what the gameplay and those actions that the helper bots might be scripting us to do, from your perspective, throw that out there as well to get a little bit extra voices in the mix.
Yeah, for sure. So where I would start with is this is really a game for everybody, right? As you mentioned, it doesn't matter how much money you have. It doesn't matter how much time you have. There's a place for everybody to participate in this. So if throwing out the example or leveraging the example that you threw out there, Moondog, if you have a father-son relationship and you're like halfway across the world from each other, this is a way to interact, right? You could do that with friends. You could do that you can play this by yourself. You can play this with multiple people. And really, when we got involved in this, the syndicate, it was just a couple of people that knew each other, right? And we didn't know what shape this was going to take, but we got involved and started playing it. And we get to interact all the time, right? So you can do this with friends, you can do this with family, you can do it by yourselves. If for the helper bots, we don't know exactly what those are going to do.
I do.
You might, right? But specific applications and all, like
nobody knows. Epistemologically, I'm going to dare to correct Larry here because I can. So I'm going to go ahead and do it. Epistemologically speaking, buddy, we know nothing. You speculate, you have a good idea, you have good reasons to be confident in those ideas, correct, but you do not know yet. That's the word nerd interjection.
Yeah, so an example, I used to play a game years ago called The Tale in the Desert, and it was such a, I was telling Larry about it, it was such a simply terrible, wonderful game all at the same time, right? Where you would have to do things like chop wood. And to chop wood, you would have to run from tree to tree, and you would run in a loop to do that. So you might run between 6 trees over and over and over for hours, right? And the only way to gather wood was to click on each one of those trees a couple of times. So a workaround for that was that we would have people that would just write macros to perform those functions, and you would run between those trees. And there were so many mechanics like that relied on routine action. And so we know that those helper bots are going to serve that function for people that don't have the ability to script and to automate actions within the game. You can rely on helper bots to do that, right? And
which signal through the noise to punctuate the point you just made, that brings an inherent value to those skills. Now people who have those skills have a marketplace on which they can trade those skills in a tokenized asset for people who want the value, the need that they meet. So
or we can take it one more step further. Let's realize that Stu from Tetra and Jacob are friends. It's like I'm very, very good friends with Stu as well. Now we can script automation on top of those scripts, on top of helper bots, on top of a game ecology that creates an economy that's absolutely separated but correlated to the token itself. It's bloody fascinating on how it can scale and have legs into the future. If you're really looking at the paying attention part on what the underlying armature of everything is outside of promises of, a roadmap and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
So an example of that could be potentially, and check me on this, Kool-Aid, but let's say that you have, going back to that smuggling example that we were talking about earlier, right? Where you might smuggle alcohol or narcotics between 3 different locations on the map, right? So maybe you go from Napoli to Las Vegas and then down to Medellin. And you execute that loop multiple times reliant on those helper bots. And I had mentioned, maybe you have the ability to, after X amount of loops, maybe you make a deposit to de-risk, right? So you're not carrying around all of that in-game cash, right? But what if you could, instead of just depositing that in the bank, maybe you make a withdrawal outside of the ecosystem, right? So is that the kind of thing that you're talking about?
Yeah, you can do that exactly self. So if you just bought Mafia itself, it stays within the internal currency of the external network of the game itself to help punch up the value of the token that creates the inflation of the in-game currency itself. Because technically, if you do McDie or go to jail or other things, there's a testimonial that can be paid. There's a lot of rich mechanics. I know the GIF isn't here. I'm trying to poke him to get him in here, but he'd be working.
GIF tech on aisle 3 summons the GIF. Watch out.
Excuses. We're all working. We're all working here. We're working there. We're working everywhere.
But
you got jobs inside. You got jobs outside. We got the most jobs ever. I don't know which president candidate that may be your pick, but Kill Tony episode recently with the presidential candidates. For anybody who's a comedy fan, go check that out. Best Kill Tony episode ever. Most recent one. All right, go ahead, Larry.
So yeah, no, there's so much that you can unpack and unpeel as you would a proper game, like a Civilization, a Sim City, a Gears of War, a Grand Theft Auto. And each of those components is a different skill or stat, which can be stacked if you're paying attention. Doesn't mean you need to. You can just buy Mafia and never play it and play it as a speculative play. But you can also play the game. And the whole PvP type stuff, yes, that's a component. You can call that a roguelike as a better, shut up, I'm awake, use case of that, because it is one life. But that's fascinating because it is one life. And so you can de-risk when you win at the casino, right? You take some walk around money, you throw a bunch on black or red or all the rest of that. And you get up to a particular level in craps, and you take that other money and put it in a different pocket. That's no longer walk around money. They also do have gambling in this, right? There is a casino and there is a slot machine, and there are ways you can bind liquidity to it. If you haven't looked at some of Jacob's other products, he has Pulse Pot. He has Pulse Predict, which is a different way that you can tie all these speculations to things. So then you could even tie real world speculation on a different website interopered into an in-game simulation of real world encounters, which again is more fascinating than just dealing with roadmap sacrifices and different DeFi products. Why? Because people can understand a game. I could explain a game like Grand Theft Auto and you get it. Just like you would understand the difference between tic-tac-toe, checkers, and chess. Doesn't mean you have to be good at chess to understand what chess is, right? Because it's just a modulation on what you can do moving forward, which again is really dope in its infinite scalability moving forward on how we create not just stories, but a perfect product fit. If you get paid to be entertained, you have a perfect perfect market fit, not a product market fit, because you're now engaged and being paid to be engaged, right? How AdSense and Advert actually should be, not just you as a business owner spending money to get eyeballs, to get click-throughs. We've done a bunch of talking. Yeah, go ahead. Come up, Black Sheep.
Oh, no, it all sounds good. Yeah, thanks for that. Was the longest elevator pitch I ever got. But yeah, no, it sounds great. You guys are doing some good things. And I actually did, it now rings a bell. I did see your chart. I think it was either earlier today or yesterday, because it had that big pump, and it was like the only one in the green on Pulsing. It was like the biggest.
You're welcome, y'all. Again.
Yeah, man.
For those who were in the chat, that it's continued since that day, but.
Yeah, cool, man. That's good. Yeah, so it's so you got a 16% sales tax. I did see that on there. That kind of like, now that I understand what all that is, I was like, a 16% sales tax.
Well, one thing,
high, but I understand what it's all used for and stuff.
Yeah, one thing that I don't know if we touched on, Black Sheep, was the vault. Actually, are you aware of what that is?
We didn't mention it.
I seen it. I looked at your website. And I saw the vault. I'm not sure what it is though. But
so the taxes go to the vault direct. 100% of the taxes buy and sell go into feed the vault, and then the top 5 families every week get paid 10% of the vault's value for themselves to do what they want. So Archie is the Don of the syndicate. So right now, I mean, Archie himself is due to get, I think even at the vault, the way it stands now, Archie's due to get about 35 million pulse every week.
Nice. Good job, guys. Shit.
Interactive staking, right? Interactive staking, right? If you really want to like water it down into a small component, like you can play the game and play it well and get more yield in the game. Now there's risk and reward, just like anything. You get hit by a bus tomorrow when you walk outside. But like, it is more sticky and eyeball concentric when you have these type of not just yield-based values, but people that aren't in the top 5 families have this economic energy. They can go, just being gumshoes on the street, being detectives or finding people or doing crimes or smuggling or doing any other type of NPC-based activity in a PvE-based environment. Though it is a PvP-based environment, should it need regulation. But because it costs bullets, which is actually a tokenized asset, to go kill people, and it costs more in economic energy to do that, it has a risk and
consensus
reward.
networks. The consensus networks through an evolved protocol with a game wrapper. And for example, I just said a bunch of jargon nonsense, which if you know what it means, cool. But if not, using the example of a father and a son earlier, you know, what happens when fathers across the world, again, as a forefather with 3 boys and a baby girl myself, I can personally attest, which testament comes from, you know, you would swear your testicles. So I can swear my testicles and the fruit of my loins on the fact that fathers across, you know, at least the privileged world that we exist in, the ones who have access to this kind of stuff, are dumping their money, their time that they've spent, their blood, sweat, and tears to make their kids happy through Fortnite skins and dances. Well, what happens whenever some of those kids, the smart, precocious ones, say, hey, Dad, you know, that little budget that you're giving me for these in-game items, this weekly allowance that I have, or the ones who are playing it together, this weekly allowance that we've been, that you put aside for us to play this game together, you don't have to work anymore. You can retire. We can now go build that workshop and make a garden that you wanted to. These are real life examples that can and will happen. And that's what I'm here to help do my part in making come to fruition, because that's where we're going, y'all. This is the way.
Well, not only that, you can use Roblox as a perfect example of that. So Notch sold Minecraft for $1 billion, right? The first I'm making 3D real games, and Notch builds something with cubes with shitty blurry textures, and he gets $1 billion. Well, that evolved into Roblox, where kids are actually writing scripts at 13, 14, 12 years old and actually selling them on in-game, but learning about all of this economy, ecology, being their own businessmen, if you will, and how they're earning particular types of tokens, if you will. And I know Black Sheep has said it before, but like the first blockchain was ham radio. The first Bitcoin was EverQuest Gold mining. They had the first NFT. All of that comes from history. And this is a very interesting history that's not only just on Pulse Chain, but also on BNB. And just like understanding the difference between one ET share and one PT share, they're both the same tech. It's just when one really, really runs, people are like, oh, there's an opportunity to get this exact same game, if you will, because a T-share is a game. Hex is a vanilla token that if you don't put it on the T-share train, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't give you all the market yield.
Steam and Ice are both the same tech, but under different conditions, they have different utility. The more that people will pay attention to and understand that, the better they'll be able to integrate their experiences and aligning and spending their time in a way of what we're trying to do and build here, this playground that gives us all this infinite opportunity. And infinite is a bigger concept than most of us can imagine. It's a bigger concept than any of us can imagine, but this infinite opportunity that leads to infinite more opportunity. And we get it's literally a choose your own adventure. We get to choose. That's the gift that we have. It's the gift of the present. The past is a ghost. The future is a hallucination. Whatever you think you know is purely a speculation. The only thing that you have is the gift of the present right now that's being gifted to you through so many more processes going on in your meat suit than you understand or realize or even give appreciation to until they start to break down. We have more sense data that's hitting our meat suit at any time than we could consciously process. So we have all these filtering mechanisms to help mediate our physical experience into our conscious awareness that gives us, that's where our playground is internally. We all get to play around, we get the power to choose what we're doing with all the stimulus around us and what is it going to catalyze us towards, because you can have trauma happen to you, and everybody knows what PTSD is. That's very familiar in the zeitgeist because people were able to monetize PTSD because it's a problem which they could prescribe a solution to. Almost nobody knows what the hell PTG is, and it used to be just the norm. Post-traumatic growth used to be what was almost expected of you, that if you went through a grueling crucible-like event, that you came out of it somehow hardened or better for your experience because you were able to take that experience and integrate it into wisdom, which for those who were on the stream, I don't know, an hour and a half ago, that was the proposed definition that I gave for wisdom: integrated experience. We're having these experiences externally, and we get to mediate them through our choices, what we're spending our time, energy, attention on. And this is beautiful stuff, y'all. I love it. I'm just riffing now.
Yeah, that's cool, man. And I think the gaming stuff's just going to get bigger and bigger. You see what's happening with Hamster Combat over there on Telegram.
Jesus Christ.
It's just blowing up, man. It's crazy. You got like 30 million people over there and some shit. It's just,
Gifford has arrived.
Gifford, what's up, man?
What's going on, fellas? How we doing?
I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette and let you guys.
When I got more time, we'll have to come back on and talk some more. But I appreciate you guys having us on. I gotta get ready for my stream in a bit, get some lunch and stuff. But thank you so much for having me on, and I'll definitely check you guys out. And yeah, you guys have a great day.
Yeah, definitely.
No worries, brother.
Yeah,
Thanks.
have a good one, man.
On stream as well.
I have to jump too, guys. Thanks. Really appreciate you having me on. Kool-Aid, Colt, GIF, Moondog. Always a pleasure talking to you guys and good meeting you as well. So I'll talk to you later.
Have a great one, man.
How many steps, Archie? How many steps?
Man, I stopped at 20,000. Stopped at 20,000.
Good job, man. That's good. Hey, no small feat.
Yeah.
Recognizing.
Well, it was worth it. It was worth it. Appreciate it, guys.
Well done. Well done. Talk to you later.
Man, we've got now 3 hours and 25 minutes. That is the longest that we have gotten Bright Eyes and Bushy Tail to be on before. So,
whoa, am I late? Am I late?
Conspiracy theorists might conspire that the Gifford was machinating to time his own timing to come in and give a boost when it might be affectatious. But that's just a conspiracy. That's just a story.
He is the wisest person that I know. So there's that.
I figured.
I just got a message. I just got a message from Crypto Sloth. He said he can't make it, and Corey Costa earlier said he was going out with his girlfriend, so he can't make it either.
Who could
Girlfriend?
Who could I call on my phone? I'll be right back. I'm gonna go smoke real quick.
So what did I miss?
Oh man, you missed everything, man. We're going into the weeds. Really going into the weeds. Speculating a hell of a lot on on the roadmap where we think it can really go. It's one of the main talking points actually has been this the honor points. What we're all speculating on what it can be, how it's exactly going to work, because we know that on PulsePot, even in the Telegram, Jacob created this tip bot so you can literally tip people directly. I think it has to have something to do with that. It has to. It must have. So.
It very well could.
This is the most important
about
thing
it is you could use it pretty much on anything you want, right?
Yeah.
So anything he wants to program it to do, he can make it happen. So it's a nice little added variable. There's a lot of techniques that we've used on blockchain before to incentivize good behavior, right? So this may be and good, right? Good behavior is could be defined by anything that Jacob sees fit, but that could absolutely play a part in that.
Yeah, it's really interesting stuff. It really is. This map stage it's the one everyone's waiting for.
Yeah, shout out to Mr. Kool-Aid on calling the slotted ability for the businesses. He's been calling for that for a minute, and now if you look on the wiki, it looks like you select a slot, like a map slot for your business. So that was a big move. I was not anticipating that, but Kool-Aid saw that weeks ago. So mad props.
Yeah, Kool-Aid, he's really doing a hell of a lot of groundwork for Mafia these last few days. He's really helped me out. It's awesome stuff.
So for those who played at least Diablo 2 as a game reference, or Colt, something to quickly be as a non-gamer, something to quickly look at as a reference point is, the tiles will be your weapons or your equipment or your accessories, and then you got your jewels to throw in there. How are you, to populate that? Now, not every socket is necessarily, or not every tile is going to necessarily be compatible with every socket, I would assume. Like you would probably need a casino to have a roulette table, for example, or at least one close by. But that seems like that's just a model or a frame of reference for people to think about having a workshop, having equipment or a toolbox, their own gear kit, and being able to upgrade those things. These are things where you can go to the forge and add in or socket or make it either a buffed version of itself or through what you're putting into it or how it's related to something else. That's going to be the marketing routes, the trade channels that end up developing over time. That's another aspect that's going to be fun that the map will help us to be able to start to put together is how is our proximity to one another going to play itself out? This is literally in philosophical terms, Schopenhauer's the hedgehog dilemma, where he uses hedgehog as a model for human affection or love. And I talked about earlier, we all want to love. We get hurt, and then we're trying to figure out where to put those boundaries. So he says the hedgehog's dilemma, or porcupine, sometimes people say, you know, in the winter, they're trying to keep warm. So they need to stay close enough to where they're warm enough for survival. But then if they get too close, they start to prick each other just by nature of being hedgehogs or porcupines. So they got to, you know, find that space, find where those boundaries are going to be. And that's literally what a map is. It's establishing the boundaries for how we're going to interact through all of these different channels that are being put forth by Jacob and the team, the blockchain in general, and everything that all of us are doing in support of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, you nailed it. And you know, there's an old additive theory of, you know, how you interact with other people, and it's called tit for tat. It's an old programming challenge that was done in the early 90s, I believe. Maybe even late 80s, but fascinating stuff there. But to you know, add something.
It's not
to
Beautiful
the map.
Mind. What's the movie reference that people for pop cultural story could go to for the quick, you know, where he has that moment where he's in the bar and there's the girl and he realizes that maybe it is A Beautiful Mind. He realizes that you know, all the boys are out, and they're obviously out for a reason. And then he realizes that collaborative competition is better for everybody versus, you know, them wasting resources fighting amongst each other. It comes from, it's basically that's the Hollywoodized version of the tit for tat game theory studies and journals that came out from that academic inquiry for other people to, you know, if you want to look at the academic journals, tit for tat game theory. If you want to go watch a movie, I think it's A Beautiful Mind, but based off what I've thrown out there, you guys could probably find it. Google's, you know, at our fingertips right now until CrowdStrike does another blue screen of death takedown.
Oh shit, yeah. That was crazy, yeah.
Exactly. So, like,
you know, something else, for those who aren't aware of the technical implications of it, at least it's a reminder for all of us to be aware of and perhaps reassess if needed. Take inventory of how reliant we are on these systems that we take for granted. That is a perfect case scenario, even for somebody who doesn't know anything about tech, to be able to be introduced to some of the problems that we have in the current system, where a bunch of, you know, literally 500 tech, you know, Fortune 1000 companies all centralized their authority, autonomy, economic power, things that they were doing out in the world through one company that had root kernel access and pushed a error in the middle of the night that could have taken down the world. It took down money, transportation, all kinds of things that we take for granted. Hospitals were affected, and the community that we have here specifically on, you know, that we're doing now on Pulse Chain and crypto in general, and then also just the community, the time and era that we live in. You know, there's a lot of benefits to the communal efforts that have been put forth into everything that we get to experience, and again, almost take for granted because we're so habituated to it. But ultimately, so definitely appreciate that stuff as much as you can, but also don't let your appreciation of it blind you to ultimately you're going to be responsible for when and if those things go down. Whenever something happens, your family, your kids, you're not going to be able to explain to them a blue screen of all this stuff that I just did. If they're hungry, that's not going to solve the problem. So it's being able to juxtapose the worlds that we live in, because we do get to live in and across multiple worlds, all of us, we're bringing that together to do the best that we can do and be responsible, because responsible is ironically a compound word. It's literally your ability to respond to a situation. That's why the quote that everybody attributes to, you know, Uncle Ben or Peter Parker, or, you know, but was originally done. He was, sorry, gosh, trying to think of his name right now. Who's
so we have a full gift tech panel here, gift tech panel with the mall. We have the full.
Anyways, he originally got that from Voltaire, and it's with great power comes great responsibility. That is because power and responsibility are literally, it's a synonym. Responsibility, your ability to respond to a situation, that is the power that you have. It's not about fault. Fault is a separate word. Blame, shame, all that, you know, and people will confuse. They'll get fused they'll fuse together different cons and stories of people trying to get away from their own accountability. They'll get confused about fault and shit, but your responsibility is your ability to respond to the situation. So when you take personal responsibility, and the more the more that you pay attention to the gears and the pulleys that are going on under the hood, the better you're going to be personally empowered to respond to whatever the game throws at you. So I've talked a lot, and Larry's back. We got another. So
the GIF is more important to talk than his dancing monkey, and we also have the mole here that can ask newbie questions too. That's also important that we not just get into the weeds. So yeah, what's going on, GIF? How was the work today and all the rest?
Staying busy, man. Staying busy.
I mean, you got all suited up and you're looking sharp like usual. Good, sir. Good, sir.
That's the only way you show up to a mafia meeting, in my opinion. So yeah, no, things are going good, and I was just giving you some praise on the socketed business scenario, and it'll be interesting to see how much the demographics play into the ability to slot. For example, in Vegas, there may be a ton of different locations that you can slot a roulette table or a slot machine, whereas, like, say in Detroit, there's just a plethora of places that you could place your bullet factory or other businesses of such or of likeness. So yeah, no, I was just checking that out here recently.
It's pretty fascinating too. I don't know if you were listening earlier, but I was bullshitting with Archie about how we could take that vault payout and then do more with it. We could buy validators, and then from there take that pulse from that validation from that family to then earn those fees, to then take those validators from that family to inject that to buy more mafia, to then take that utility to then stake that back into the game and compound the interest of the utility that the use cases from the vault. You even take that a step further and take a portion of those profits and do it to donate to a nonprofit or something to get more sticky eyeballs outside just the ecosystem. When you're playing a game, it's an expandable utility on how you see its expandable growth. And I know at Gift Tech, it's a big thing for us, is never be painted into a corner, always do simulation, not speculation, and expand out with what we learn from that ecosystem.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons why I asked the Gray to come on today, because everything that he's doing with the PTGC community, the fact that they are constantly doing all these reflections and giving stuff back, I thought Mafia would be perfect for PTGC, to be perfectly honest. They get these vault payments, they put them back into their own ecosystem, then they get that, their own ecosystem earns them a bunch of PLS as well, and then they put that back into Mafia. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It just keeps on going and going and going. And there's a hell of a lot of projects out there that have the opportunity to leverage Mafia in that way, even with the taxes. It's just trying to get them all to listen,
Yeah, I do like the way that the sell and the buy tax is set up, and how it's not coded as an actual reflection token. I think in general, reflection tokens can be a little bit of a Debbie Downer on a user experience, but the way that Jacob has set up the Mafia token is something very interesting that we're looking at very closely.
Yeah, there was another use case we were talking about earlier that technically bullets and health is not taxed. So you could use that to export out economic value to then bring that back in, but different economic value on a different way state when war is not being happened. Because when there are bullets being spent, health is going to go up based on its seesaw on how they bind together on what they're being used for. Same thing with, go ahead.
To reinforce the idea, but a nuanced correction. We don't fully know the tokenomics of bullet and health yet. Jacob may decide that there could be tax on that, but the point that Kool-Aid is making, regardless, I gave a scenario earlier on the market rules about how there are different ways to navigate inputting economic energy into and around the system. So,
yeah, but it's not around the system; it actually reinforces the system, because the actual point of a tax on selling is that dumping inflects injection of economic energy into the lower in-game currency, the sub-economic energy that's actually the living and breathing game, not just the ticker symbol of the actual product as a logo, icon, etc., that you would see on Deck Screener. They're two different ecologies.
Yeah, like traps it into a separate economy.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between like a regular reflection token and how Jacob does the buy and sell tax?
All comes down to the whitelist.
The whitelist.
So a reflection token is hard coded to every transfer. There's a fee. Every sell, there's a fee. Every buy, there's a fee. When you deal with a whitelist, you enact a transfer fee, but only when it interacts with certain addresses. So, for example, right now it's interacting with PUSDex V2 DEX. So when it interacts with that DEX, it actually plugs in that address, and it knows that it's on the whitelist. So then it knows to enact the fee. So what's cool about that is that you'll never have dust lying around in your wallet. If you send all your Mafia from one wallet to another, there's no dust left over. If you do the same thing with a reflection token, that wallet will always have dust in it from the token that touched it. And that's like the part of the, I don't know, maybe it's my OCD thing, but that's the only part of it that is not super awesome for me on a reflection token. So seeing a new way that it could be done is just awesome to me. I think it's fantastic.
It's funny, I was actually thinking about reflection tokens the past few days, or not reflection, but buy-sell tax and what you could do with that.
Right.
Very cool that it's in there.
Right, because there's the actual game that benefits from the tax. So, like, when you are, let's say, cashing out, you realize the parameter that's happening that still reflects back to your in-game character, your family, all the rest of that. You're still helping the system, right? It's a protocol first mentality, which is what we highly advise under the gift tech umbrella.
It's almost like if you go to a casino and you get a load of chips. And then there's like a slight tax on the chips, but the tax stays within the pool of all the games and the tables that you play within the casino.
Or it's even better. It's when you go to cash out your chips, right? It's like when you go to cash out your chips or you go to buy your chips. Then there's a little bit of a fee that comes with it. But once you're in the casino, you can transfer those chips to whoever you want. You can play with it however you want. All that matters is when you go to see the what do you call it? Just the desk, the cage.
Yeah, the desk guy. I don't know.
Something like that. Yeah.
I've never been to Vegas, not until the map goes live. That'll be my first trip. But
well, that will be the most first time to the motherway.
To fuse those two ideas together, what Hexmal said of
within the casino can also trade the pool of money with other people, like OTC or like on the market.
Yep. And so there are many. It's giving you optionality and how it's giving you root access to your own economic energy, because it's giving you multiple things in which you can do with it, which have different effects. So you get to be a causal factor in routing your economic energy with just more optionality. And so to piggyback on the idea that you put forth in the beginning, it being a tax that stays within the casino helps keep the casino healthy. It helps enable the casino to run games in which there is more healthy payouts for playing the game, which allows the people to want to be at the casino to play the games, which keeps the casino healthier. And now you have reinforcement loops feeding onto each other, and the gears just keep rolling from there.
That's right.
Yeah, it's like the blockchain version of turning the air conditioning up, not having windows, keeping bright lights on.
Extra oxygen. It's bringing oxygen to, honestly, this game is bringing oxygen to the Pulse Chain community right now, just in a spiritual level. And I'm going to, for those who are averse to the word spiritual, as an Asperger's word nerd, I will define it as non-physical, non-corporeal. So for example, a thought, you cannot touch a thought. Even within a neural net, you can't touch it, but it's something that you experience. It's a non-physical experience. So thought is an example of a spiritual realm in which you get to exist, even if you're the most hardcore self-avowed atheist, that still exists. And this is literally, I forgot my point. This is giving us an opportunity to come together and
don't collate too hard.
Yeah, I forgot. That happens. Frag out, reset.
Yeah, so Bull, you brought some fantastic noob questions. Let's have you and GIF rap a little bit about like how just questions in general, and we can always now dive-tail, since we have the Don father himself, not to be confused with Jacob, but the GIF father here to what does he see on what we think we can do with all the rest of this, because I've been yapping for a while too.
I don't know, honestly. Kool-Aid, I was watching this about 2 hours behind, and then I got sent the StreamYard link, and I was like, all right, well, I'll hop on, but I've missed all of it, unfortunately. But yeah.
I think you did some great intro questions last time when we were doing the Twitter Spaces, though, on where you're like, how can you load place new players so they don't get scaled out, and
right.
Yeah. So any other questions? Yeah, you and GIF have a little role with
Yeah, and sorry, just before you do, Hexball. So are you a gearhead? Have you joined? Have you done your character and all the rest of it?
I would never ever disclose that information. I mean, it's pretty obvious. I'm a GIF.
No, but you're in, right? You're in. You're playing.
Well, yeah, I'm in the game now. I've made it into the game. I still need to buy some Mafia tokens maybe next month. Stake them, do the whole thing. I'm kind of learning like how to move up the ranking within your own family is by bringing like value to the like a bit of economic value to the whole family. So buying, staking, things like that, buying in-game items. So yeah, I'm slowly learning, and yeah.
Perfect.
Go ahead.
Maybe he's our mod fed and trying to get another one. See if Elite will come up as well.
What I'm trying to think about all my questions I first had when I first had heard of this game. I think some of the original things I said was like World of Warcraft guilds. What if it's like a thing where there's always like a #1 rank guild on the server that you play on, and because they dominate so much, it's kind of like they win all the DPS charts. They clear it first. They get all of the achievements. And if it's like that in GIF, I was saying, well. Oh, it's not GIF, sorry. If it's like that, look, I'm already thinking that the gearheads are just going to dominate. That's how confident I am. But I'm just saying, if it's like we have one of those super dominant guilds, let's say, or super dominant families, that people would just want to join that one family, and then otherwise they probably wouldn't play because there would be no rewards. It's like if raiding in World of Warcraft, you could only win if you'd hit the #1 spot, if you were the #1 guild on the realm. If there's only one family that's really just kind of dominating, I feel like it kind of becomes like the pot it stops getting you injections of money and things like that. I think
it's not as interesting to engage in if it is as easy to centralize and dominate in that way. So I think that's one of the cool things about what Jacob's developed is, and we talked about it when there were more than just one family on stream. There's a lot of optionality, and that's what I lost my train of thought on earlier. Was this game is giving people options for their own life. Literally, it's giving them options to control their economic money, to play a game, to spend their time in a way that they, it could be for the game aspect, it could be for the money aspect, it could be for the relationships in their life. It's cool stuff, but yeah.
I think the idea I'd had was that.
Not having one family dominate is
that
something that will make it more interesting.
Maybe that if you cap the families, there would be more competition between a capped size for the families. There'd be more competition between families because a new family could always arise if it was 30 players per family. But then
without the responsibility burden for organization. So it would create for people organizing, because what would happen is a big family would just become 2 big families or 4 big families.
No, yeah, no, that's what I thought. It just became pretty obvious that wouldn't work because people would just create multiple.
It has an effect. It's not that it wouldn't work. So it would work depending on it wouldn't work depending on what your goal is. If your goal is to solve a problem, it probably wouldn't work. But if your goal is to help use it as a part of a strategy and mitigating a obstacle that we may be facing, it could still have a place depending on all of the other things that go into the math and the mechanics and the nuance. So it's one of those unknown. We got a lot of unknowns right now. It's one of those things that could be useful. We're all speculating right now.
True. Well, I would say I don't know that these are necessarily problems. These were just the original questions I'd had when I'd first heard about it. I think the other thing I said was that
over time,
like Monopoly, kind of, how the game is fun until someone starts taking up so much of the board that no one else can play, right? And once the game of Monopoly is done, the game's over, and it's because you can't collect rent from anyone anymore. There's no more houses that people can land on. there's no more money that you can harvest from them. That was kind of what I was worried about, because like game of Monopoly, you just start again, play another game. But with this, I feel like if someone gets a monopoly, quote unquote, there's no like there's no starting again. Everyone's just pretty wrecked, except for the Godfather, right?
Well, it's a different ecology of both different systems, because the game can infinitely scale to new cities, can open up opportunities. There can be more mechanics being driven, whether that's, for example, whatever, Gift Tech may do on top of this, or what other communities do on top of this. I know Colt has talked about, Jacob talking about how he wants people to build on top of these things. And we're very about binding communities together through proper code, value, opportunity, and use case through everything that we do. So the game no longer becomes static when you're consistently moving forward in the right direction.
Right. I suppose it's like you could inject new properties and new money onto the Monopoly board. It's like if you could do that and then maybe like make it RNG, and then everyone scrambles to get the new economic energy, and then it slowly concentrates again, slowly centralizes until one family wins again, and then you just repeat, rinse and repeat.
Well, that really doesn't happen when the deck of cards can be re-rolled. Like I gave an example earlier about what would happen if, the GIF and I are playing some sandward game, and there's a lightning sandstorms that come through. There's fires of the giant Great Fire of Seattle or Chicago. What happens if in Hell Sim City was the first game to do that bloody shit back in the day, where you had tornadoes and aliens and oh my. What happens if the game scales outward flatly, and then there's economic unrest in a particular city? It is the cultural victory in civilization. Like, what happens in those kind of scenarios? And this gives DeFi so much more wrapped game on top of it to make it more interesting, which then dovetails into SocialFi. And SocialFi is going to be even more interesting. There you are. I gave the call. There you are. All right.
He was sleeping.
Yeah.
I was sleeping. Us Trumps, we need our beauty sleep.
That's right. That's right. Good to see you, Briz. I'll be right back. I'll let you guys talk.
Just
I
had to pull out my Trump shirt.
Yeah. I love it. That's awesome.
Fight.
Yeah, so Mo, like you were just saying, one way that you can easily expand this is just adding more cities, right? Adding more territories as it starts to grow. It's
also, what might
it's
be
unlimited,
is like in real life, the mafia can get too big, not like too big to fail, but it gets too big and then it does fail. And maybe that's like a problem. Like maybe you get too powerful and the government agencies start cracking down on you, taxing you, redistributing it to smaller families.
For a second, I was wondering if we were still talking about Mafia the game, or if you were commenting on the U.S. government right now. The Mafia, maybe getting too big to fail, and we're all getting to experience a transition right now.
But it'd be like a good, like real true to law kind of way to keep smaller families like stimulated and in the game. Yeah.
Briz, what's keeping you stimulated lately?
Oh, not too much. Just looking at those big green candles.
Hell yeah. Good stuff.
Other than that, we've just been just got the family kind of set up a little bit, and just kind of waiting for the game to kick off.
Get rolling, kick off. Nice.
Does anyone know how much is in the vault currently? Does anybody know?
4.2 billion.
Oh, okay.
4.2, which last week was worth what? Maybe that would have been worth about 170. Now it's worth like 225 or something. Mm-hmm. Green candles, baby.
Yep.
Rising tide. Good timing. In all boats.
That's it. Yeah, it's perfect. Jacob, it's almost like he times. It's almost like he timed the bottom with the launch of the vault. It's perfect.
Even if he didn't, the universe did, right? That's inevitable because it's happening in front of all of us. So
yeah, it's great. It's good stuff. I'm really, really happy with the way things are going. I was looking at the families. We got some families down the bottom that they don't really seem to be doing much in terms of
it's super early.
any sort of marketing or for themselves. I mean, just for their own stage. But
at least though, they're ahead of everybody who isn't even on chain, much less in the game, much less have a mafia profile yet, or a family.
That is true.
Got a family, and that's several steps ahead of at least a few curves. We're almost at 4 hours, y'all. By the way, is crypto gonna, or is Kool-Aid gonna come back to celebrate? He will eventually, but I don't know if he'll be here for when we make the mark.
Yeah, he's gonna want to see that.
So regarding allegiances, do you have anything planned for allegiances? Like, are you talking to any other families or anything? I mean, you don't have to go into too much detail.
We got negotiations floating around right now. Very interesting negotiations. So we'll see how it plays out. But we're in no rush. As you know, nobody's benefiting from the allegiance until the game starts, I believe. So in the meantime, it's going to be a whole lot of, let's play the other side of the game, right? Let's play the game that's run on Telegram. Let's play the game of the conversations that happen behind the scenes. That seems to be the most important play right now.
Why do you think that the syndicate and the hustlers linked up immediately? It was literally like 10 minutes after the allegiances went live.
Well, I don't know. I probably have more information than I should on that matter, so I'd probably defer not to comment on it. Other than that was a good move for the syndicate for sure, and they deserve some congratulations on that. That's just helping solidify another family of theirs in the top 5, maybe depending on how the resources all shake out heading into launch. But currently speaking, it looks like it was a good play for the syndicate.
Yeah, I think Kool-Aid actually complimented Archie on it earlier on in the stream.
Good. Yeah, and if you want to talk a little bit more about, a family getting too big, right? Like too big to where they just kind of control everything. I mean, the layout of the family vault payouts are fantastic because, for one, it doesn't matter how big. Like let's use the syndicate as an example. It doesn't matter how big they get, as long as they hold down the number 1 slot, their payouts are going to be the same. Right. So it doesn't matter if they continue to get big, if their worth goes over like $1 million or something like that. Like it doesn't, their payouts are still the same. Now, obviously through allegiances and maybe absorbing other families, they can get more families in that top 5. But really, when it all boils down to it, when you're talking about an individual player who maybe is not a leader in one of these families, they're going to be looking at what their pulse payout is going to be every week. That's number 1, the most important thing if you're joining a family. The second important thing is obviously how much can you play in the game while still earning passive income, because you're going to have the ability to do various sorts of activities that will earn you in-game cash that will probably be redeemable for Mafia tokens. So essentially you're like earning passive income there. But on the family payout side, you're earning some passive pulse income. Now, if you really take the time and you start looking into each family and you look at, okay, what's a player worth that has like around 1,000, right? A smaller player, right? See what their weekly payout is, and then jump into another family that with a player with the same worth and see what his payout is. They're going to be 2 different things. And it doesn't matter if the family's saying, well, we pay out a higher percentage. It's like, cool, but how many members you got? And what's your average worth of each member? Because that math will play out in a certain way to where it may be advantageous to join a smaller family that's also in a higher rank, because your weekly payout will be bigger. So if you're looking at just an economic standpoint of how can a small player earn more passive income, it absolutely will not be a thought-on conclusion that you must join the syndicate. That's absolutely not true. So that being said, as time goes on, we'll see how all that shakes out. But that's something that new players or players that are looking to move between families should keep an eye on.
And we'll see if new players understand that dynamic or if they just all jump into the top family.
Yep.
It'll be, magnets for different types of players to magnetize towards whatever fits their natural resonance, right? Which since Kool-Aid's back, we're at 404 right about now. Speaking of 4, we talked about 404s earlier, but now we're at 404 on time. So that's another universal synchronicity that lining up for us. Those of us who are here to experience it.
Yeah, and that's why it's fascinating because
I'm not found.
Well, I try to approach this game as a game dev first mentality, and then a player second, because I want everyone educated on how I'm not on the other end of the rope for once, thank God, and how I see the other end of the rope being so everyone's educated unilaterally together by someone that can speculatively talk without being under encroachment of promises, right? So, we have a no promise mentality in gift tech. But I can unilaterally speak with knowing the fact that it's a live wiki. Everything in the game can change and should change based on a protocol first mentality. But I at least can try to give people level up into understanding the game of checkers and chess at the exact same time. So everyone really enjoys the experience that this can become and evolve into, in 1 year, 2 years, 5 years. How we can bind through FanForge into this kind of stuff, how we can do gift tech on this kind of stuff, how we can bring other communities together with this kind of stuff and have it be a positive outset. Like I was saying earlier, what if some of the Pulse payout went to a validator? That validator rolls back into here. What if we put it into nonprofits? What if we take some of that vault payout and go lobby? Like there's so many ways that we can actually play a game. And we're still here.
No promises. But I promise if you buy GIF, you will be rich. I was going to say one thing as well, that the thing with the families maybe getting too big is it's probably against the top family's best interest to even get too big, because at a certain point the pulse will be spread so thin that it's like the juice just might not be worth the squeeze to be like locked into this game and playing and monitoring all day long. They would just be like, well, no point. So that's probably like a invisible restraint.
There's also incentive for inter-family conflict as well. If you're 4 and you're getting 10 million pulse a week, but number 3 is getting 30 million, whatever it is, at the different times, maybe you have personal incentive to spend your time, energy, navigating your family and the other families that are out there in a way that there's also going to be checks and balances within families to help keep them healthy, because so that's another element to consider.
Can I kill my own family members? Because
you can absolutely have it. You can kill your own Don.
Right.
And even if you couldn't, which I believe that's an explicit,
and then you become the Don. That's it. Yeah.
Well,
we even
that's explicitly baked into the game mechanics.
Going to get hit by me, so fair warning.
And then even if you couldn't, there would still be the thoughtful person. It would only take them 2 seconds to say, well, I can't, but my alt or this other person that I have a relationship with in another family, I could set up a contract or a negotiation. And that's where the personal element comes into play, because there's the code and then there's humans who are executing the code. So it's not a static thing. It's a dynamic thing with incentives and protocols to give us all options to see what we're going to do with it. It's fun.
That's crazy. I'm going to be so pissed if someone just kills me from my family. The guy right below me just takes me out.
It's an incentive to also keep healthy, positive relationships with your family members, and not just to rest on your laurels and be maybe you did something and you're coasting off of inertia of something that you did before. In special operations communities, everybody's already done some badass shit to get there. So the question that we ask, the question that's asked when they're in the room together with one another is, what have you done lately? Like, why should I listen to you? What have you done lately? Everybody here has done something awesome. What have you done lately? So it's an incentive to keep that energy and that flow healthy as well, because you want to have good relationships.
It's like the prisoner's dilemma, you know. Like
that's a great game theory. Actually, using game theory the correct way.
Even if you feel that way, even if you feel like, what have you done for me lately? The reality is that when people start defecting, everyone loses. Like every single person. It's just like a race to the bottom.
That's a leadership. So that is the leadership burden. If you are going to be bold enough to take on the mantle of being a leader, whether it's as a Don or a sub class of that, or as a game developer or as a community leader, the burden of responsibility is on how are you going to steward your garden. And the story of the Garden of Eden, and that Richard has told us all in many different ways, is that no matter how, you want to have a walled garden, but you do want to have a walled garden. It is a worthy goal to aim towards. However, it's also useful to understand that no matter how beautiful your garden is, even the literal Garden of Eden made by the, at least metaphorical ideal of perfection that people call God, so their idealization of that, the snakes come from within. So you can have the tallest walls that there is, but the snakes are going to come from within. And that boils down to within your own family, and it boils down to within your own life. You want to look for the source of the root of all of your problems? Just go look in the mirror. It's the choices that you've made. It's what you've done. The snakes have come from within, and you tell yourself a bunch of different stories to justify or evade or dodge or take accountability for the choices that you've made. But and that decides what other choices are open to you and where you get to go from there. But you want to build what we're trying to do is build a healthy ecosystem within ourselves, within the game, within the blockchain, within the culture, where people are incentivized to relate to one another in healthier ways. At least that's one idea that I'm proposing as why I'm here spending my time doing this.
Well, yeah, like in nature, everything trends towards cooperation, and just through just through evolutionary pressure, people who defect, like in Prisoner's Dilemma, or do the antisocial thing to enrich themselves over the group, they usually die out. But I don't really know how that would happen in the game. But I guess it's just like everyone loses. Like as soon as the first family member fires a shot at another family member, like someone else will do it, and someone else, and then it will just be like cascading effect, I think.
Well, there's different also sacrifices that must be made during a situation like that. So those at the top would have responsibility to adhere to a corporal mentality.
Or at least an effective leadership style if they want to keep it.
Would you know if a family member, so let's say they didn't solicit someone else from another family or didn't use an alt character, would you know who'd killed you? Does it work like that?
It depends on how they implement the detective agency and the witness modifiers, right? Because the witness is going to be based on crimes and or actions based in the game. And then all of those game movements are theoretically recorded, on blockchain. So yeah, you technically could have someone like GIF that could snoop that number ID for what action that is, have that be itemized, and then know exactly what happened where and where that particular inflection of whatever it was handled from. And so
you can do this on the blockchain. You can go to the scanner and figure out exactly what happened.
There will be things that will be figured out from the blockchain, and we don't know yet. That's the big answer, is since it's still in development, we don't know what's going to be written to the blockchain yet, but we do know that information will be written to the blockchain in which clever people will be able to discern things that may or may not have been intended as that being an access path to that data or that knowledge or that information, which is a value in and of itself, at least as far as it is helping you or your family to navigate the economic landscape that we all have before us in the past that are before us. So there are a lot of unknowns in I don't want the TLDR on this. I don't want you to take away any for sure knowns, but there's a lot of positive speculation that we could bring up at this point. So that's a caveat out there.
I'd like to suggest a new feature for the game.
I mean, we're all suggest it. We all got that power, right?
The suggestion I have, it would be called the Witness Protection Program.
I put this to Jacob. I sent it to Jacob when he sent it to me, but he didn't get back to me.
Intriguing.
So I mean, on that topic. So I'm assuming.
So the idea, let me explain it. The idea is that some of us maybe started our characters with a hardware wallet, right? And we're doing a bunch of clicking. It gets really annoying having to do the hardware wallet stuff, right? So I thought it would be kind of cool if we had the witness protection program where you can take your character and basically move it into like a different hot wallet. And so it's like you got your character, but now he's under a different wallet. Basically, it's just a way to move your character to a different wallet.
Well, it sounds like an idea that's worth developing, like thinking about at that level of development, at least for everybody to think about. And we're going to find out there's going to be, we've talked about unknown unknowns. There's going to be surprises that pop up throughout, and something like that may be the wrapper or the answer to an obstacle that we have down the road. It sounds like I'm just trying to give props, Briz. That sounds interesting that's my perspective.
It's going to be funny.
I don't know about the exact implementation, maybe being exactly what you're envisioning, but again, there's something there that there's a baby in a bathwater to think about.
I think people are going to use like Tornado Cash to cover their tracks when they do a hit.
That's right. Or change.
And then the FBI closes your bank account in real life. You can't spend your.
It's a honeypot.
You wanted to make.
So then you get people that are professional trolls, enticing them into the game so that they'll telling and doing a psyop on them that it would be a good idea to use Tornado Cash to kill them due to their trolling. They were able to instigate, and then that person now is off the real life map because of their use of Tornado Cash. That's insidious. This is the dark arts. Don't do this stuff, guys. There are better ways.
Yeah.
But that's an example of real life and the blockchain, or the game that we're playing on the blockchain, melding together. What we're doing is in a game wrapper, but it has real life consequences.
Right.
Yep.
To be honest, I don't even like thinking about the mixers because it just stresses me out. Like, there's no way. Like, you can't avoid it. I know I've heard about people have had like money sent to their wallet that someone else has used a mixer, and now they can't even use their own crypto and all stuff like this.
Oh.
Coinbase.
And those are things that we have to be aware of as stewards if we want to, again, continue to navigate the landscape in a way that has the best chance of survival from the inevitable threats that come. Because like I mentioned, whenever Larry was riffing earlier, he didn't say when, he didn't say if the stuff hits the fan, he says when. And that's a useful thing to remember, is that there are going to be problems, guys. There's going to be friction points, and you get to choose. Your power is you get to choose if you're going to spend your time, how much time are you going to spend crying about it, and how much are you going to shorten your refractory period to getting up and doing something useful instead, and attacking the problem or navigating around it in a way that's useful to yourself and or the people around you. So just throw my 2 cents on how I conceptualize the blockchain and what we're all doing here and why it matters, because this stuff matters. It really, like, we all have our own reasons, and some of them are shared and some of them are different. And that is, again, one of the themes or the motifs that keeps coming up. The beautiful thing is this is a playground that we're building of cooperative play where we can have a space for each of us to enjoy the buffet.
The Star Wars people are engaging in Sith Master.
I can see this. I just thought I have to show them. I have to show these messages.
Yeah, well,
you're going at it.
It's my best friend in real life, so like he's my personal hitman. So I think he can take out a damn Wookiee. All you got to do is bring a shaver. It's really not hard to take out a Wookiee. All you got to do is have an electric shaver.
I was saying there should be a Jedi family and a Sith family.
As families come and go, I think we'll start to see that too. The way that the Syndicate have a couple. They have the Syndicate, and then they have the Yakuza and the Illuminati and stuff. I think in time, as families start to come and go, I think we will see that. We might see 5 families open intentionally all at the same time, which are all literally part of the same. All the same, like the same crew.
Right, economic energy coming in, and that's what Gibb was alluding to earlier, is that the payout is going to be concentric to economic energy coming in versus the amount of people coming in, but also as the game expands unilaterally in an evolutionary solution. And so just like we were saying before, like there are ways that vault payouts could reflect into other asset classes that then earn yield that then reflect back into this. There's so many ways to play the board, which is what this game is actually doing, giving a chessboard the availability for people to start now acquiring chess pieces. And then from there, as it goes live out of EA Early Access into full game and then into DLC and then to an expansion and all the rest that what Pulse was meant to be a GameFi pinnacle or then into a SocialFi pinnacle, how do we unilaterally scale that out? And that's where this interactive staking module or modal use case really gets very, very, very interesting. Even again, like showcasing, I don't know if you were watching earlier, GIF, but it showcases, Kult's great Irish accent.
Oh, jeez. Hey, I think the AI, when you search AI, they were just like, okay, what's the fucking Lucky Charms leprechaun's voice?
Fucking great.
I'm glad that I see you smile every time it plays, though.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny.
It's fun, man. That's all it's there for.
Yeah. And even Archie saw it today, and he was chuckling along with his own voice. That's funny.
That's right.
Oh yeah, right. He called it the Mike Tyson voice. That's
he did.
Yeah, I mean the lore and creating lore around this stuff using these tools that given that you gotta put some time and effort into learning some of these tools. Some of these tools are pretty advanced actually, but just the ability to kind of create a storyline that's visual that you can watch on YouTube, especially like if a big hit does go down, right? It's like, where's the post-mortem of that, right? Like, where do you see that? Like, how, I'm sure there's going to be some sort of visual that we're going to be able to see on the website, some sort. Maybe it's very minimal, but being able to build a little storyline along, how it happened, how it went down, where it was, who was involved that we know of, if we know of anybody involved, stuff like that, just to post out there might grab some eyeballs for sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know one thing that Jacob and I messaged back and forth, and his quote to me was, "It's not about what could be used in the game, but what should be used in the game." And I was like, "That is fucking exactly right," because we get trapped in the real game dev environments and game engines, and it's like, what do we throw the kitchen sink at versus what needs to be there? And that's why what we do with GIF Tech is that GIF is very surgical, and he cuts the fat on the no leaky boat. So what should be there, and what is the best usage of that buck that makes everything more sticky and hardened in the process, rather than having a leaky boat environment that you have now rendering pools and how people can stream it and what's the quickest way to play versus a web-based game and like all of the rest of the stuff. Where does the data feed come from their servers being hit with so much pull from either the data use point or the server overload point. All of these are a leaky boat mentality that done correctly will be dynamic as fuck, or be supplemented and supported by other users helping the protocol and helping the project and being a protocol first mentality, which is the ideal way that all of us should be thinking about all of our projects that we invest our time, money, effort into. It's not just a speculation if you actually want to be there to help build, create, explore, and enjoy the journey of all that. That's a different type mentality than I'm an investor, right? And an investor doesn't play, right? An investor shows up to board meetings. And that is not what's happening right now. And this is why this is a perfect use case of doing things correctly to build a view frustum that's easily scalable into the future and is interesting in the future.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things for me is now I get to be a community member right now, and I that's fantastic for me, right? It's a nice little load off when I'm in between working on other things. But with that being said, I want to be that community member that wants to constantly try to add value. Like, you could run around and you could talk smack online, or you could gloat or do all these other things, or you could be building things that helps the overall community. At the end of the day, I don't think there's a single Don in this game that doesn't want this mafia experience to just blow up and succeed. And that's something we all share agreement on. That's something we all put as our number one priority. So that being said, that's why I'm like reaching outside of my normal little sandbox and learning all these new tools to try to contribute where I can. And not to mention that, but I'm also working on, on the dev side of things, I'm trying to contribute there as well. And I think there's a lot that we could take, take control of as a community, not take control, but create and provide value as a community, where we're not asking, hey, dev, do stuff for us. We're just going out there and we're doing it ourselves. And with that, obviously we want to cooperate. Obviously we want to get the nod to say, yeah, what you're building there is great. And we'll always take that kind of that protocol first, right? But that being said, yeah, we have no intention of going anywhere, and we have full on intention to do everything within our power to make this game successful.
I have a soundboard. But yeah, no, I mean, that's what the whole thing
2024. Go.
But people that actually are builders help other builders, right? There isn't this cross animosity about you over there, your competition. Yeah, not really. Real creators, builders, especially from my point of view as a game dev. I don't consider someone that works at Microsoft competitive to me. No, we're cogs in the wheel helping other people do things together. I mean, in the early days of game dev, people will be sniping out secrets to help other people get their shit together, because we need to do that unilaterally together to make it work. And that's why people that actually are creators also have sanity checks. They also have people that come in and can take the load off a little bit, and then also high five and help, because now you're driving a shield and phalanx Spartan wall forward, rather than trying to do it lone gun and alone, which we've seen other people try to do, and it inherently fails because there's so much undertaking that needs to be done when it can be done unilaterally and together.
Yeah. Love it.
When do you think Bullets and Health as their own tokens could be launched? Because they could launch now. They don't necessarily have to wait until game launch, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll let Geff handle that.
I mean, sure, you could. However, the token itself, there might still be some finessing on the code side that needs to be made prior to game launch. So, I mean, I think that's probably a good reason why we're not seeing it already. Is once you launch immutable code, there's a lot that you have to account for. And, having that kind of cloud loom over your head of not knowing exactly how things are going to play out, and then you're going to go ahead and commit where people put real assets in, that could be very scary. Absolutely. So I don't see a need for it until the game launches. However, once all of this is concreted on exactly how the inflation is going to be measured, where the inflation comes from, where the deflation happens, and at what rates, there's a few other things that still need to be ironed out, that, or at the very least, we don't know publicly, might still need to be ironed out before we see those release. But in my experience, I like to see everything kind of ironed out very nicely before we move to the next phase. Because right now, the Mafia token is doing a fantastic job of supplying the vault via the buy and sell tax. Fantastic. And what's the second contributor again?
Well, it's actually the keys. The keys are the top contributor.
Yeah. The keys doing a fantastic job as well, way up there. And the market transactions is no slouch. It's on the chart there, but yeah, I mean, these are the mechanics that needed to be known before the Mafia token could launch and all these pre-stages could begin. And now you see it paying dividends. That would have been a problematic, to say the least, if none of that was ironed out and the token was just launched as basically a meme coin.
Well, on top of that, what happens if, like, you're doing a heist or you're doing a crime and you take damage? Do you now need health? Like, do you need bullets to go rob someone? Do you need to have a fight out with a PvE based environment? People are only focused on the PvP aspect of the top families or all the rest of this type of stuff. Those assets are actions which are used in a turn and a block, just like a cooldown needs to be done between travel, in between hitmen, in between leveling up things. All of that, what are you going to say that the two most useful aspects, stay alive and shoot something, are not going to be used somewhere else? Like, we haven't even seen how the in-game turn use case has been put forward. And that's what I've been barking about for, 3 weeks now, 4 weeks now, 5 months now. I don't even know. Like, I time travel, but like those things are important because those resources not only are tokenized, but their use is more than just war. It could be used for all sorts of damn different things. Like, what if there's a PvE based environment? And I think Mole talked about it earlier that the feds do come in if you get too big, and now you got to go Jimmy Hoffa against the damn feds. Like, damn, that's kind of fucking cool. And it's a random encounter based world event, just like you would in an MMO or anything else that would have those world encounters that spawn up. Do I see that in the future? And when? Yeah. The question is like, when is the time to implement that that's fair for the dev team? Because what's not fair for the dev team is to stick them into crunch and try to make promises and values and things that they can't reasonably deliver and deliver piss poor. That's the worst part about game dev is that. And then, you get people like me on crunch, and it's not fair and it's not good. Right? Just for the corporate greed of launching something faster instead of better. Quality and better is always the best way to do it. And the way you do that is you scale it in componently correctly to actually be a great experience for the development team, for the people that hold the token, for the people that play the game, and for the marketing strategy that works unilaterally. I mean, I've said this before, the reason that Game of Thrones was so much more popular than the Three Body Problem or any of the rest of that is because what's released on Netflix is churned through on a stream crunch that you just watch it all. It doesn't have that time to bake, to have that water cooler moment that you actually get to take a break and build anticipation. Anticipation is the very jazz hands thing about entertainment, is why are you putting that time, effort, and energy into creating or digesting that content?
Yeah, it's all about eyeballs, right? It's actually an interesting analogy because you're also looking at a scenario where, okay, but if you lose that bingeability on Netflix, then how many series would just not be popular? Because we've got like information overload these days, including shows that come out, new shows. What platform is it on? How do I get there? Do I have a subscription? Do I need to get one? Where do I stream this? Right. So there's also a place for that too, because, subpar theories, I may binge watch, but I'm not going to set my timer to come back every week to watch it. Right. So
that's why it said randomly at the top 10, right?
Yeah.
Me being a storyteller, I eventually look at what's the top 10. I'm like, I'm really not interested. I'm really not interested. Like, that's kind of neat. Let me take a little peekaroo into this, buddy. Or then that's the replayability of those series that come back, like the new team thing of Vikings or whatever the hell it is. That's not episodic and timed based, but allows you to have something to do. Something
that's where the cooldowns come into play, right?
Exactly.
That's where you can create certain incentives for certain activities to happen more often than others. So this is where you really get to come in and be a true game dev, right? And decide what requires a longer cooldown, what requires a shorter cooldown. Maybe the cooldown's so low that it's basically no cooldown, right? It's as fast as the blockchain moves. So there's a lot of mechanics that can still come out that will play both sides of that analogy. Both what requires. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that'd be cool if there were world events that affected everyone at the same time.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think KvltDeFi, you touched on that earlier, didn't you? You were saying something, like earthquakes or something.
Yeah, earthquakes. It's what SimCity did back in the day.
You could do is have say like a world event will be like the government cracks down on so and so, taxes for gunpowder goes up, therefore there's like bullets all of a sudden become a lot more expensive.
Or yeah, no, exactly. Like call it like a prohibition thing where like booze all of a sudden is more cracked down on. So now it is actually higher risk to smuggle booze. So it costs more to smuggle it, but the payoff is greater, right?
Correct.
If you are successful.
Maybe a politician gets knocked off, and now petty crimes are like a lot more dangerous to do in a particular city, perhaps.
And it could even roll. It could even roll like a wave mechanic. So petty crimes, shit, I don't want to bring politics or anything into it, but like when people build blockades in a particular city to protest things, those could actually roll through different cities or different countries that they're under unrest, if they're degentrified and the populace isn't Robin Hooded. So that way that the actual families are responsible for their NPC characters that exist within that own ecosystem. And that would go ahead.
I was going to say, that's why I'm so interested with the market cap feature of all these in-game items that we have currently at our disposal, is witnessing the market cap. Like if you imagine just from a market standpoint where you have these are not like planned or timed events, but this just so happens to become a thing. You know, one thing that Jacob has brought up is in a time of war, like say you got a couple large families on full scale war, that health is going to become very valuable, right? So those who own hospitals will become more profitable. And the reason is because there's more demand than supply on it, right? So that's going to be reflected, I believe, within the market cap. So the more supply of something there is, then maybe that increases the market cap short term, but then the more demand it then spits out on the other end also could increase the market cap. And when things go down where you're not looking at, nobody really needs, a franc or whatever at a particular point in time, then, perhaps that market cap goes down also in a time of peace, that sort of thing. People aren't as worried about getting attacked. So yeah, right. the market cap feature really tipped me off as, maybe it's a red herring, but I feel like it could become very important statistic.
Well, that's the whole thing about having games be systemic. Like everyone has system design when they go into level design, game design. There is a system in play. Now, systemic design, which is pretty much the mainstream of Arcane, is that mythos, RIP, Arcane Austin, or how Baldur's Gate 3 handles it, is it stacks so many intrinsic systems on top of each other and bakes them down to this rolling gear that has to roll so many other simulations at the same time. And because of that dynamism, when something becomes lopsided, the system counterbalances it out with a different type of mechanic use case or encounter that allows that to have a balancing loop outside of the reinforcement loop, especially if you have an invasive species, right? They have no predators like murder hornets or kudzu and the northeastern Carolinas and all the rest. Because there's no predators for that area, it doesn't have its own balancing loop to allow it to handle the nature and nurture aspect of life. And so that's really what's interesting about games, is you have that ability to, not just from the start, it doesn't happen at day one, but it can evolve into that, which makes the game even that much more interesting for a long-term player. It also gives the newbie guy the ability to enjoy perfect storm opportunities to catch some interesting growth availability for their own personal character or their own personal story, or the longevity of where they want to inject themselves into this dynamic system.
So that being said, Kool-Aid, have you figured out if you can wear a bomb suit within an armored car and while sitting inside your headquarters adjacent to your shop?
Well, the real question is, can you wear a bulletproof vest on side of a bulletproof suit inside of a bulletproof car? Now, the bulletproof car didn't say how many seats that are in there. So now you could have your entourage on there, and then you stack your bulletproof motorcycle on top of the hood of your bulletproof car. And then from there, you take that onto your bulletproof plane. And that, my friend, is how you get Club Med.
And then your cooldown to cross the street is 6 years. No
All you gotta do is you gotta stack that on top of the chicken that crossed the road because he's already going across the road. So you're fucking good there. Just make sure always on top of the chicken, no turn allocation required.
That's awesome.
That is going to be clipped perfectly.
Well, shit, we got 4 hours and 38 minutes. Not too shabs. I'm gonna go.
That is not too bad. I tell you what, guys, I don't mind. I don't mind calling this. If unless you want to keep going.
I just got here, boys. Let's do another 4 hours.
Oh, in that case, fuck it. Yeah, all right.
All right, I'm in. I already told you, make me mod so I can turn the stream off.
So, all right, I'll do that in a minute. Yeah, okay, right. I am going to go and make myself a sandwich. I'll be back.
Do it. I'm
No,
gonna
I'm just joking. We can end it. I don't mind.
It's up to
No,
you.
I'm good to keep going if you are.
I mean, I don't really have that much more to add. You know.
Except we love you, Briz.
Thank you. You know, I just I'm excited to get the map going and just getting the game started. You know.
Yeah. Do we have a stream on Monday with Corey Costa? Is that still on the deck?
Monday. Yeah. So we've got on Monday I'm on with Corey, or we're on with Corey, and then I think on Tuesday I'm on with Saint Wolf Crypto Saint Wolf. On Thursday I'm on with DJ Cryptomatic. You know that what the heck?
That guy. That guy is an old friend of mine. Yep.
Yeah. So it's a busy week next week, which is great, which is absolutely fantastic. We should have had Crypto Sloth on this stream, but he started streaming himself today. He started streaming earlier on his own channel again. He's just finished. If any of you are talking to him and you don't know, he's just finished his education now. So now he's an official dentist.
That's right. I can crap about that all the
Congratulations, Mr. Sloth, Dr. Sloth.
time. That's right.
Dr. Sloth.
Everyone needs a personal dentist. That way they can take out Wookiees and not worry about having their teeth fucking replaced. So the Sloth is a very old friend of Gift Nice.
Yeah, so there's a busy week coming up ahead, which is fantastic. I absolutely love it.
Wookie says, "What the heck's not the DJ stream, but I mean the DJ Cryptomatic does."
Yeah, what the heck is their channel
stream? Yeah, thank you, Wookie. Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, no, we can wrap it if you want. Definitely, I will be on for every stream that you need because I can give the gab of speculation without being on the team. Which, like Giff was saying earlier, it's nice to be a spectator to something that we, have investment in time in trying to do and work ourselves because we want to build everything up together, and that's what adults should do. So yeah, let me know, and I'll be there for all the rest of it. Possibly the Gift can join as well because he has all the very interesting gleans of being a gamer and a Web3 guy at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
My final word would be come join the Trump family. If you want a Don that can dodge bullets, fight.
God.
Come join the Trump family.
We need a fight song now.
It's beautiful. Beautiful stuff. Love and light, y'all. Great stuff, y'all. Truly.
100. And hold on, let me get something to go out with where there you go.
Cool. All right, guys. Hey, thanks very much. Anyone that's still here, thanks very much for spending some time with us. We've gone 4 hours and 42 minutes. Wookie's been in the chat pretty much non-stop. So thanks very much, Wookie. Thank you, panel. This is great. We should definitely do this again. I'm absolutely up for going longer than 4 hours, 42 minutes next time. Thanks very much for all the dog support we've had. And if you haven't already, like, subscribe, go to the Telegrams, Pulse Mafia and Pulse BNB Mafia game. And yeah, I'll catch you all on the flip.
Later, guys.